Hello. That was the weirdest introduction ever. Hi, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. How is everybody doing? I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. It is very unusual, but unfortunately, I'm a little bit late. Excuse me for that. But today I want to be here talking about several people, like a YouTuber called Sneeko, or Schneeko, as his other channel is called, I guess. This podcast called Three Muslims, and also a Christian guy named Young Don. And very honest, I had no idea who these people are just until a few days ago. I had no idea about any of these people. But recently, people kept telling me, hey, please react to Sneeko. Please say something about Sneeko. Please talk to Sneeko. And I was like, who the hell is Sneeko? So I looked into the matter, and apparently he's a YouTuber who just, reacts to stuff, comments on stuff, and recently made a joke about Islam. Or he joked about the Islamic way to pray, and Muslims were, of course, very offended by that. And then he was invited to a Muslim podcast where many people said he was deceived out of naivety, and basically admitted that Islam is a good religion and all that. So I didn't actually watch that stream. But what I want to do today is to watch that. Now, in the description, I wrote down too that I wanted to invite him so he can talk to me and we can have a conversation together, and he could be here and react to all of that. I invited him. I did not know, however, that right now apparently he cannot go live. He is moving, so that's not going to work. But we will connect later. I did connect in the meantime with the other guy, Young Don, and he actually made a tweet about me. I had no idea who that is either, but apparently he watched my videos and David Wood's videos, which I found very nice, and he tweeted about it. So I connected with him earlier and invited him, and we will probably have a conversation soon. I saw him make this tweet here, and I thought, hey, that's cool. So Young Don, he has 65,000 Twitter followers, 200-something thousand YouTube subscribers, and his main channel has like 2 million subscribers or so. I don't know. And he said, I spent all day today watching Apostate Prophet, David Wood, and Nabil Qureshi debating Muslims are pointless or is pointless. All I got to say is, before you consider following Islam, just do a little research from the people I just mentioned. So he did this, and a lot of people didn't like this. Many people were very angry about this tweet. Many Muslims are attacking him in the comment section, and apparently they are going to make videos about this tweet and about him now, because this guy doesn't like Islam. He tried listening to Muslims, but they weren't good enough to enlighten him about Islam. He instead started watching our videos, and he said he really likes what I have to say and what David has to say and all that. So yeah, I'm connecting with him, and we will probably come together and talk a little bit about what's going on. But I also didn't know who Young Don is. I just found out through all of through this series of events. I'm completely ignorant about this side of popular YouTube, so excuse me. I have no idea who these people are, what they believe in, and so on. But without further wasting time, I do want to wait a minute. Shout out to Young Dawn for doing that live yesterday. I don't even know what live he did. See, but what did he do? Did he do something? Fake pastor gets exposed for scamming his church. No, that was today. Young Dawn takes 3 Muslims to church. Oh, he made a 4-hour live stream in which he basically responded to Muslims, talked about how Muhammad is a pedophile and a rapist. Whoa. Oh, and he showed my channel? Wow, I didn't... Wait a minute. I wasn't aware of that. I had no idea about this. I had no idea this is going on. I had no idea this is happening here. Wait, let me share this with audio. I'm seeing this for the first time right now, and I might as well just watch it together. I had no idea if it wasn't for this comment that somebody just left, I would have never seen this. What does he say? I hope he says terrible things about me. Oh wait, it's muted. Why is it muted?
Grinding.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Bismillah.
He opened my channel page in the background, and the first thing he hears is shaky booty. Wait. So what's going on?
Just
here?
give me a moment to find it. The apostate prophet showed it. Now it's not the apostate prophet who will be talking. He's just going to play the clip from your man admitting that this is the case.
Oh. This is interesting. Some interesting stuff. And this
Man,
was like
he's been working, man. He got a lot of videos.
Thank you. I'm
Grinding.
putting effort.
Yeah.
Whoa. This was live yesterday and has 50,000 views. Nice. I think I got a bunch of new
If I
subscribers.
don't find it in the next minute,
I think I got a bunch of new subscribers yesterday, and I had no idea why. Maybe that's the reason.
I'll move on. But the point that I am making is just because we have a King James version and an NASB version, it doesn't mean that the Bible is being corrupted. Anybody can look at the original text, which we have.
Oh, funny. The topic is Bible corruption. I guess he must be looking for a Bart Ehrman video in which Bart Ehrman says that he wouldn't say that the Bible, the New Testament, or the Gospels are corrupted, but rather that they were shaped and evolved or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, good luck to you if you don't know how to speak those languages. Same. It's not like you have one Bible that's saying thou shalt not kill and the other one says that it's okay to kill sometimes. But Quran he exposes.
That's funny. Looking at the wait, I put the profile.
It likes up the 2K chat.
Hey chat, yeah. Go ahead and get the likes up to 2K real quick, and then I'll move. If y'all get it up to 2K, I'll move.
I really want to invite this guy on here right now, to be honest. Wait a minute. Young Dawn, if you are watching, he responded to me earlier. I sent you a message. If you're watching, come join me on this live stream. It would be very, very, very good. It would be very pleasant. We could have a long conversation. I think he's also friends with Sneeko and all of that. So if you want to do that, please come on here so we can talk together. But before that happens, while waiting for some development there, let me just get to the actual topic of that dude Sneeko. But yeah, Young Dawn, I sent you an invitation to this. In fact, I will send you a link to join the stream. If you receive this, please join me here so we can have a conversation together, and you can give me your stuff, all your money. No, your opinions, yeah. Let me quickly send that message and then I'll get right back. Okay, so I sent him that. If he appears here, then we'll just go live together. But for now, what I want to do is watch the conversation that the guy Sneeko had with the 3 Muslims. I'm getting into all of this for the first time right now, so.
But I'm getting a lot of.
Okay, here. So I'm just looking at what Sneeko himself published on his channel. I didn't really want to talk about this, to be honest, because I thought this is like a part of YouTube that I have no idea about. But since people are so interested in this, and since a conversation happens between Muslims and a mocker or critics or whatever, why not? Why not have a look at it? All right.
But I'm getting a lot of threats. I'm being honest, yo. Religion of peace. The stuff I'm getting is very, very, very violent. And you know how it gets. A lot of, well, like, I'm gonna slit your throat. I'm gonna come and find you. I'm gonna come to attack you. They're even like racial slurs. But I get it. It's a lot of people. It's the internet. It's the nature of the internet. But I do think that
it's actually not just the internet. It's not just the nature of the internet. It's pretty much about Islam. It's also the fact that it is the internet and people say all kinds of horrible stuff on the internet, but it's more about Islam. Trust me.
The clips were taken out of context, but I will learn. I want to learn why that was disrespectful. I want to show people why that was disrespectful.
Yeah,
what you about to say?
I think an important fact on both behalves, right? On both halves, in terms of the people sending you threats and you yourself, is that in Islam we separate the sin from the person. So we can accept that, obviously, what you did.
That would be an acceptable objection if most Muslims were absolutely against harassing and insulting people for offending Islam. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We all know that's not the case. They're not against that at all. I don't know why this stream is starting in the middle of the stream. This is just what I opened on Sneeko's channel. Maybe on the Muslims channel there is a whole conversation. But I guess if Sneeko uploaded this on his channel, that's probably more relevant. That's probably the relevant. I don't know. Whatever.
Is the sin that we dislike, and not the person, and that's what it is. As well as in Islam, you want to obviously say you're getting some crazy messages for the religion of peace. However, obviously we separate the person from the sin. It's that same thing. So it's good.
I mean, these guys believe in horrible Islamic laws. They shouldn't accept that it's a religion of peace. Just be clear.
On both behalves, that type of thing. You know what I mean? And
you guys have seen the clip. I'm going to play it. I could share the screen, but it's really short. I'm just going to play it real quick for them.
Okay, I saw this part. This is actually what made Muslims very angry. So he's going to play it right in front of them. What he did and why Muslims got angry at him. Let's see.
So they understand. Okay, I played the clip.
I saw this the first time and I cracked up. And I'm looking at the faces of that this guy here is trying to keep it together. The others are deliberately acting very serious. Let's see it again. It's fine that he plays it again here.
Awkward for them. So they understand.
So that was apparently what made everybody very, very mad. And apparently the context of this, I guess they will explain it, I don't know, but the context of it is apparently that this guy Sneeko saw something and then started calling it haram out of a joke. And then, I don't know, started doing like Islamic chantings and things like that, and it just looks very offensive to Muslims out of context. But yeah.
Clip. Now I can stop playing it. I won't do that again. Basically, and it was taken out of context. That clip, I don't know if you've seen the original stream, but I was actually reacting to acts of haram. I was reacting towards people who are walking around with their dicks out, people at pride parades, Western women acting like hoes. And so in response, I was doing mocking the Muslim prayer sound. Can you explain to me why this
Okay, so he's actually saying I was mocking the Muslim prayer, so that's funny.
disrespectful?
All right, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, when it comes to mocking anything, you're always going to have people that are angry that that thing is being mocked, especially when you have something like religion, because religion is not just something that people adhere to or like, it's something that they identify themselves with. So when you have a go in that, and I know that probably wasn't your intention, right, as you just clarified, but when you have a go at something that is so dear to them and make it kind of into a joke, especially when it's out of context, right, you're going to have that kind of heightened reaction. So in Islam,
that, however, means nothing. Any idea, any belief could be held, could be dear to lots of people. That doesn't mean that you have to respect it. Simply, I mean, there is no that's not proper logical explanation, no justification for an obligatory respect. I mean, we don't have to respect totalitarian government. We don't have to respect communism. We don't have to respect the Nazi ideology. We don't have to respect lots of ideas that people might be in love with. Yeah.
we have various verses in the Quran that talk about mockery, and that the people, in the past, they would actually mockingly say, tell God to bring this punishment that you're talking about. The Prophet would come, warn them of a punishment, and they'd be like, okay, bring the punishment. Then Allah would. God would punish them. He would destroy them. And that's literally the end of them. Ad and Thamud and these people that are mentioned in the Quran, there's no sight of them anymore.
Fables.
There's no remnants of them anymore. And other people...
These are folk tales, by the way. These are just tales. Even the polytheists in Muhammad's time said the same thing. The Quran talks about tribes that were, or people that were that rejected or mocked Allah, and then they were eradicated. But these are just stories from ancient Arabs, and don't actually, don't talk about tribes that were really eradicated and which we can really, trace in history or anything like that.
Whether it's hypocritical Muslims or angry, hateful disbelievers, they'll come and they will mock us in our religion. And the Quran says on the Day of Judgment, they will be mocked. The last thing I want to mention is there's a narration from the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him. And a brother actually reached out to me first and he wanted me to mention this hadith, and it's very beautiful. I think it'll summarize how Muslims, act towards the religion. The Prophet, peace be upon him, he said that no one will truly have faith, no one will truly believe until they love me, until we love the Prophet more than ourselves, our parents, and our children. So when we have, any mockery,
I don't care. I don't care, and nobody has to care. I don't give a damn, and nobody has to give a damn. I mean, that's the you loving the Prophet more than your parents or anybody else or yourself means nothing to anybody else. Cult leaders say the same thing. Dictators say the same thing. But that doesn't mean we have to respect those dictators and cult leaders. No, if they do horrible stuff, then we are against them and we mock them and we criticize them and so on. Nobody gives a crap if he's very dear to you or not. That is your problem, not mine, right?
of what the Prophet and Allah brought to us, we're going to get more angry than if you were to mock me. Like if you were to sit here and call me stupid and ugly, I wouldn't care.
They should seethe in your anger. You shouldn't let it out on me.
As soon as you mention something about our beloved Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, this is someone who we would literally die for if we lived at his time.
That means you have a problem.
The companions took arrows for him gladly, rocks to the face. They got beat up, they were stabbed, they were murdered. And they did it happily because they loved the Prophet and they loved their religion. They love Allah more than they love themselves and their families.
Well, that's stupid. I'm sorry.
What was your reaction when you saw that montage?
Bro, I'm so happy you asked because I wanted to talk about this, bro. I was so mad. Honestly, emotionally, I looked at it and we didn't know each other. We didn't talk before the stream.
No.
But
some people really don't understand the Islamic sentiment and the attachment to Muhammad. It's really I mean, in Christianity you have this love for Jesus, but the role of Jesus is completely different. I mean, he's considered the part of godhood. He's God. He is the savior and all that. That's why you have this this love for him. But you don't go around having this weird, strange, brutal love and attachment to all kinds of prophets, right? In Islam, this whole it is rejected to believe in Jesus as God. Jesus is merely considered a prophet, and Muhammad is also just a prophet. And you are supposed to only worship God, but you have this extreme loyalty to Muhammad, where you would be, where people say stuff like, I don't know, I would sacrifice myself. I would die for you, O Prophet. I would love to kiss your feet. I would love to smell your hands. It's really strange. It's really extreme. Like you can't find that in other in the Hebrew traditions or in Christianity, that you do such a thing for a mere prophet. But in Islam, it is actually like that. In Islam, you have this severe loyalty, this cult of personality around Muhammad, which is problematic.
When I saw that, emotionally, I'm like, honestly, I was like, hell with this guy. Screw this guy. He's being not just ignorant, but arrogant, and making fun of our religion. Who does he think he is? That was my emotional reaction. Later on, when I calmed down, the logical side of me is like, maybe he just doesn't know. It's just everyone's a product of the surroundings, and you joke a lot generally, I think. So
I'm making fun of every religion. And before you continue, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the other day I had this guy Nick Fuentes on, who speaks about Jews a lot, and I did the Hava Havina Gala. I was making fun of the Jewish prayer song too. I make fun of every race, every religion. I don't just.
It's called Hava Nagila. I know this because I'm a secret Jew.
Discriminate when it comes to jokes, but I understand. But yeah, just continue.
100%, and that's when the more logical side came out, and I'm like, he probably doesn't mean for it to be disrespectful. And I know that you, on your stream yesterday, mentioned that you understand why it's disrespectful, that you won't do it again. And for me, that's enough. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, you need to say you're sorry. You need to say the words. If that's what you mean and you adhere to that, bro, we're chill, we're cool as far as I'm concerned. But I was very pissed when I saw it, especially dancing to the Quran, bro. My heart literally was in rage.
Dude, what the hell is this chat? Is that Sneeko's chat? It's like, how many people were watching this live stream? And how is the live chat like? It's insane. It's funny, the guy is very hyperactive, and they're expecting to have a serious conversation where he's going to be humbled and all that.
Can you explain to me why that's wrong? Because I thought that it's music, and I wasn't trying to make fun of it. I was trying to poke fun at myself and like my ignorance to the religion, because I talk a lot about wanting to convert to Islam. Islam has always been like, I talk about this all the time. That's why I have Moose on the top right. I've always talked about how the religion that I identify with the most is Islam. I have Dave Chappelle is like, I have his autograph right here. He's Islamic. I have Malcolm X on my banner. I don't know if you claim him. He's part of the Nation of Islam. I know that there's some differences, but I'm trying to make fun of myself and my ignorance and not fully understanding it. But
that's so weird. That's kind of like saying I'm not racist because I have a black friend.
Oh, just to correct you, Malcolm X was part of the Nation of Islam, but then he left and became a proper Muslim.
And that's when they got him.
Yeah.
What was your reaction, Fayed?
My reaction, bro, was you were mentioning something about how you were mocking, people that are woke, the pride parades, feminists. I understand that. How that related to mocking the Muslim prayer, there was just a disconnect there. Maybe I didn't understand the link, but I mean, yeah, I would have the same reaction if anyone else mocked it. In one hand, I am enraged like Rami, but I also understand the state of ignorance that people are in. You know what I mean? I don't think you intended to mean disrespect. So at the end of the day, a lot of Muslims will have hate and will come at you sideways, and I'm sure you experienced that, bro. You DM me about that. But trust me, when it all comes down to...
What a problem, and what an issue. What a problem. Sneeko, this big YouTuber, has come to our channel today because as a result of a big scandal, we are gathered here to talk about a major crisis, a major scandal. This could be bad for all of us. This is horrible for all of us. He made fun of our religion and he has offended us. He made fun of the Muslim prayer and the reciting of the Quran. And now this could be the end of everything. So we need to talk about this. We need to talk about this. We need to have a 2-hour session talking about this and set things straight. How else are we going to continue with our lives? We are hurt.
Reality, if someone repents, someone turns back to Allah, bro, who are we to, put barriers in between them and Allah? We're no one,
Open-minded thinker show. If that's really you who is here, I mentioned you before. But sure, I mean, get in contact with me. You can send me an email, or you can send me a message on Twitter. We can have a conversation, private, public, whatever you want. Definitely.
Angel, can you answer this for me? Islam is always called the religion of peace, but the messages I'm getting, it does not seem peaceful. Like, that's my honest reaction. The amount of people sending hate and wishing death and violence and saying, I'm going to choke you. Like, they're very descriptive. Like, there's going to be Muslims standing outside with baseball bats. You're very descriptive about the ways you're going to be violent. How can you still be?
Now, while they are smiling at what he says, so he is smiling, he smiled a little bit, they all smiled. I wonder what goes on in their heads when he says, religion of peace, but, Muslims have sent all kinds of horrible stuff to me. I wonder what these people think while they are smiling. Do they think, oh, yeah, the usual stuff. Yeah, we know, our fellow Muslims, they do that. They get very aggressive and very brutally violent in response to offense. We know that. Is that what they're laughing about? Is that what they're smiling about? Or is it like, no, you're just misunderstanding that, bro? Look, nothing to do with violence and all that. I really wonder.
Religion of peace.
It doesn't make it permissible just because people are doing it. You know what I mean? It's still sinful.
What is sinful? What is sinful? Do you think it's sinful to harass and intimidate and threaten people who insult your religion? If that is sinful, I mean, I guess you're a young guy, I don't know. But if that is sinful, please bring me a source which says that it is totally sinful to harass and hurt people who offend Islam. Where in the world did that come from?
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, bro, like, Islam is known to be perfect, but Muslims are known to be imperfect. So, as humans, bro, we're emotional. We act off emotions. We have egos. And, yeah, bro, most Muslims are very, very, I guess you could say they have that almost like protective quality. So when someone is talking bad about the religion, or they're mocking you, or they're doing something like that, they are very quick to stand their ground and say.
So what is the imperfection here? Muslims are imperfect, but Islam is perfect. Most Muslims are not, terribly violent people, but most Muslims also feel very protective about their religion. So what exactly is the imperfect, bad side which you reject as part of your religion?
What they gotta say, which, a lot of times it could be seen as a bad thing, but in reality, like, look at all the other religions. Like, they don't stand for anything.
Mm-hmm.
So in essence, it's a bad thing, but it's also a good thing.
There was a bunch of words that meant absolutely nothing. I'm very sorry to say that, but that was just a bunch of nonsense that didn't mean anything. Did that have any meaning at all right now? He didn't in any way counter the point that Sneeko made. He basically said, Muslims are not perfect. Yeah, Muslims are not perfect, but Islam is perfect. But most Muslims, while peaceful, are very protective about what they hold dear, about their religious beliefs. And what about other religions? Other religions also have that thing, and Muslims at least stand for something, and other religions stand for nothing. I would take a minute and write that down on paper and try to find the point there. There is absolutely no point. There is no point in what he just said. Did he did he say here that that the violence or the threatening and all of that is bad? No, he did not. Did he say that should be rejected? He did not. Did he say that being overprotective for your religion is wrong? No, he did not. Did he justify it? Yes, he did. But then why did he start it with Muslims are imperfect and Islam is not? This is just one aspect of it. Like none of it makes any sense. It's funny.
Yeah, I was when he first made the joke, I remember calling in the stream after, and I was telling him there's different moral tolerance between different people and different groups and those things. So I would tell him like, look, with someone might be able to joke about someone else's mum, but to me, if you joke about my mum, I'm gonna spark you in the jaw, and that's just how it is. That's just my moral tolerance. You can't joke about my mum, and it's that simple. You know what I mean? So,
first off, if you say something about my mom, then I think I have become educated and enlightened enough to not be so emotionally weak that I will be tempted to, beat you up or threaten you and say I will cut your throat and all that. Because when somebody insults my mom, which your fellow believers do all the time, 24/7 on here, all I see in that is, hey, just because some random idiot says something, that doesn't mean whatever he says is true. That person is just trying to pathetically express his feelings out of despair. That's what it is. It doesn't mean I have to now step in and defend my mom from becoming a prostitute because some guy said your mom is a hoe or whatever it is. But also false equivalence, because when you speak about your mom being insulted, then you are speaking about your mother, who is a private individual, who is a being that is actually personally close and bonded to you. For example, if people came and tried to attack your mother, that would be a personal matter, and you would step out and protect your mother and shield her. When we talk about Islam or about Muhammad, we are not talking about something like that at all. We are talking about a religion that concerns the entire world, that concerns all humanity from beginning to the end of history, and you and I can have our opinions on it, and those opinions can be completely different. You might love it, you might say it's a very good religion, it's the true religion. I might hate it and say it's complete crap, it's false and all that. What I believe and think about that religion should have no impact on your feelings and your actions, because you and I are independent observers of this religion that came into existence very, very long ago and was brought into existence by a man who waged wars and therefore necessarily caused people to have strong opinions about him. So I don't know, maybe that's too much for you to follow, but yeah. Oh wait, Young Dawn just told me he will go live in 10 minutes, probably on his own channel. That's what he means, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Well, if that's the case, let me set up. Oh, wait. He's coming here? I don't know. Not sure. Maybe. It might be that Young Dawn is going to join me here in 10 minutes. Maybe. I don't know. He said, let me set up right now. I will go live in 10 minutes or less. Nice. Okay. I'll wait for more.
some people might say, "Oh, it's calm. I'll just joke about his mom as well." But with me, that doesn't. I'm not gonna let that slide. If I don't know you and you're gonna make your mom joke, my moral tolerance is that I'm not gonna let that slide. And in Islam, there's a different moral tolerance in that community. So the moral tolerance is, we're not gonna let these jokes slide. Now, the moral tolerance in the Christian community might be different. The moral tolerance in the Jewish community might be different. But the moral tolerance in Islam is different to the rest of them in the sense that we're just not gonna let stuff slide.
Yeah, but
You said something bad about my mama.
To what Musa said, and you want to go?
Go on.
I was just gonna quickly say that I want to add to what Musa said, his point. And in Islam, if you sin, it's bad, obviously. But if you publicize your sins, it's another thing too. And it ties into what he was saying, because the more you publicize your sins, the more you're open to it, the more you basically create an image of not taking the commandments of Allah, of God, seriously.
Okay, and why would a non-Muslim care about this?
Yeah. And I think it's important that we draw a line between the anger that people feel, which is good, which is right, which is justified. Islamically, we should love what Allah loves and hate or not love what Allah hates or does not love.
Including the believers and disbelievers, by the way. Yeah, that's the Islamic doctrine. That's the doctrine of the traditional Islamic perspective, where Allah loves the believers and hates the disbelievers, which is why you as a believer are also supposed to love the believers and hate the disbelievers. But when you ask directly, they say, no, we are not hateful at all. We just love what Allah loves and hate what Allah hates.
Love, right? That's a concept. It's called al-wala wal-bara. But what should be separated is the action itself. just because I'm angry, on behalf of my religion.
I'm serious. I will prove me wrong by having a conversation with me. Every single one of you, one by one, or just all together. I don't know. Prove me wrong by having a conversation with me. I know you will come with excuses and say, no, you are known to be a liar and an enemy of Islam. And all of that means nothing at all. Anybody can see that I have always tried to have proper conversations with whoever made the effort to have proper conversations. But these people will see me as an enemy, as a subhuman, cursed creature because I criticize Islam and openly, reject and leave and incite people to leave Islam. And I am to them an enemy, and they are not even supposed to give me the dignity of being a fellow human, because in their system I would be dead. That is their mentality, and that also comes from the whole idea of loving what Allah loves and hating what Allah hates. If this guy Sneeko, after this conversation, turned out to be even more rejecting of Islam and continued with saying, I just think it's stupid, then these people would go very hardcore and blast him very quickly, and all this fake niceness would immediately fade.
Religion and Muslims and the Prophet, peace be upon him, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, doesn't mean that I can go and cut people up and threaten people's lives. And when did the Prophet, peace be upon him, just threaten people's lives? The only time the Muslims got violent.
The Prophet Muhammad actually sent armies left and right. He sent individuals left and right to have people killed. He sent his men to go and destroy temples and kill the people around them, and so on. I mean, do you really want me to pull up all the sources here now?
Is in a state of war, when there's one nation fighting another nation, and even then they had rules of war. They wouldn't even disfigure the face of the dead. They wouldn't harm any innocent, anyone who's not combatant, and all these things. So who are you as a Muslim? Think about it. You're supposed to be an ambassador of Islam. You're supposed to, and this is actually the main reason I wanted to do this, because I know there are going to be people who make Islam look bad, Muslims who make Islam look bad by being violent and threatening and all these things that Islam actually does not allow. In Islam, we're actually supposed to obey the law of the land that we live in.
Who the hell says that Islam does not allow intimidation and threats of violence? Show me one source which says that Muslims are, by Islamic morals, not allowed to threaten violence and to abuse somebody who offends Islam. Please, this is the second time that I hear this now on this live stream. These people have absolutely no source to back that up. I challenge you, bring me the source. Show me where it says that this is impermissible, that it's totally not allowed. That is a lie. It's bullshit. It is bullshit. It's a lie. And if you genuinely believe that and your intention is not to lie, then pause for a second and think about what you just said. If you make a claim about Islam, a claim of something that is morally wrong, then show the source to us. That's what you're supposed to do in Islam. You're supposed to show us the proof for the claim that you made. Oh, whoa. Now, let me quickly show you this beautiful hadith, which I find very, very interesting. All right, I think this one should be it. And Jarir said, Jarir said, Allah's messenger said to me, won't you relieve me from Dhul Khalasa, which was another Kaaba in Yemen, just like the Kaaba in Mecca. I replied, yes, I will relieve you. So I proceeded along with 150 cavalry from Ahmas tribe who were skillful in riding horses. I used to not sit firm over horses. So many irrelevant details. Was a house in Yemen belonging to the tribe of Khatam and Bajajla. Idols were worshipped. It was called the Kaaba. Jarir went there, burnt it with fire, and dismantled it. When Jarir reached Yemen, there was a man who used to foretell and give good omens by casting arrows of divination. It would chop off your neck. Man, this is so long. Or else it would chop off your neck. So the man broke those arrows and testified that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. There is another one. There are multiple hadiths here which show very clearly that the guy, here, a very simple one from Bukhari. I left with 150 cavalrymen from the tribe of Ahmas, and then we destroyed the temple, and killed whoever we found there. Then we came to the Prophet and informed him about it. He invoked good upon us and the tribe of Ahmas. We also have an example of Muhammad I don't know, sending men to kill somebody because he hurt the feelings of Muhammad and of Allah. That character is Ka'b bin al-Ashraf. And in that case, Muhammad even allowed, and I brought this up during the recent debate, Allah's messenger said, who is willing to kill Ka'b bin Ashraf, who has hurt Allah and his apostle? Hurt Allah and his apostle means he hurt their feelings. The big Allah was very, very offended by the words that Ka'b bin Ashraf said. Allah went, Awi, awi, ow, help, please. So Muhammad said, who will kill Ka'b bin Ashraf for me? Because he made Allah awi. And then Muhammad bin Maslama said, oh, Allah's messenger, would you like that I kill him? Prophet said, yes. And the guy also said, allow me to say a false thing to deceive Ka'b, so to lie to him, so to lure and kill him. And the Prophet allowed it. So in this hadith, we not only have an example of Muhammad ordering to kill somebody for offending him, we also have an example of Muhammad allowing his assassin to lie and to lure this guy in order to then kill him. This is your morally superior Prophet Muhammad that you are trying to present in such a sweet way in this conversation. It's simply nonsense. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Anyway.
By virtue of living in that land, out of respect, we obey that law. So imagine you, a Muslim, just preaching about how you're going to go against that law and murder someone or cut someone, threaten someone's life. This is not something that the Prophet, peace be upon him, would do. Rather, a lot of the time, he responded to ignorant.
One thing that he's right about is that Muslims are supposed to obey the law of the land that they are in, as long as the law does not conflict with their own beliefs and doesn't tell them to do something which they are absolutely not allowed to do. But then again, Muslims are also supposed to spread Islam and then establish an Islamic society as soon as possible, where they would then just handle people like Sneeko or me by cutting off our heads.
And intolerance, just with the simple facts. He would tell people what's up. He would remind people what's going to happen if they don't stop doing what they're doing. And when Islam became a state, there were certain punishments for things, but we don't have a state. So we do what the Prophet, peace be upon him, did. And that's just,
but once we have a state, it'll be done.
Have these conversations. You see the brother's very accepting of, the fact that we find it disrespectful, and he's respectful and saying that he's not going to do it again. What more do you want from God?
Don't you think that we should talk about how they took the clips out of context? Do you think in that situation the context is important?
I think context
It's
is
just the internet, social. That's just social media for you, bro.
Yeah. I think context is always important, and no matter what you're talking about, whether it's something I say or something that's written in like scripture, so it's always important. But them taking out of context, like they said, it's just the internet. I think there are people, probably Muslims as well, that just genuinely don't like you and a lot of the things you preach, so they're going to do as much as they can to make.
I have a very large Muslim audience. I think that's why I'm losing subscribers. I'm getting a lot of messages from these people. I don't know what, but I have a message that relates to a lot of Islamic people. What do you think that connection is?
I honestly don't know.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I think you do not like the left, and as Muslims, we don't agree fully with the left either. But it doesn't mean
we don't fully agree with the left. That was a very big understatement.
We're now far right.
Yeah,
By default. We don't fully agree with the right as well. We have our own beliefs.
Why are these guys like smooth talking the whole thing here? It's okay. I guess Sneeko, as far as some people told me, does some woman hating kind of stuff, and I guess that's where Muslims find some common ground with him, as far as people told me. But that's just what I hear from people. I'm not entirely sure about that. Oh, look who we have here. Hey,
what's going on, my man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty well, man. Thank you for inviting me on.
No problem. It would be a pleasure. It would be great to have you here and your input. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just going into the whole drama right now, and apparently it involves you too. So
yeah. I don't know how I ended up here, man. Here, you know what? If you can give me just one moment, I'm about to hit go live. This is my first time using StreamYard, so I wasn't quite sure what to expect.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to hit go live over on my YouTube so that my fans can see this as well.
All right. I'm live on my channel right now. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, yeah, I
Okay,
saw
okay.
you. I saw that you were doing your breakdown, and yeah, I'm going live right, clicking the button right now.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, okay. And then let me go ahead and throw this up. So am I? It looks like I'm not like centered in your screen though.
Yeah.
All right,
I can't do anything about that, but we could do this.
Oh yeah. If that's cool with you,
you. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. Nah, I have no idea how I ended up here, man. I have no idea how I ended up here. Let me just go ahead and.
Yeah, Diana being in the chat just pointed out that part. You were saying, I don't know how I ended up here.
Yeah, no, in the sense of like, it was never my intention to, I don't know, I never wanted to make Muslims my enemy, but and I'm not saying they are, but it just kind of happened. You feel me? Like, you know, this is really what happened. I became a devout Christian, and right away, the moment I became a devout Christian, you know, Muslim fans started to, you know, try and convert me. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was living my life completely in sin. Oh, they're saying I'm muted over on my end. Oh wait, boom. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, cool. Yeah. So guys, real quick, I am here. I was just invited by the one and only apostate prophet. I learned so much by watching his videos in preparation for my last for my stream last night, where I was you know, pretty much rebutting a video made to me, you know, pretty much trying to, you know, debunk Christianity, prop up Islam, all of that. And so I did a lot of research to you know, be able to make valid points, and your videos came in very handy. I learned a lot by watching your videos. And so you're doing an amazing work over on your channel at the Apostate Prophet. Let me actually, this is so, guys, this is so like, so unexpected. I was just chilling, and then I get a notification on Twitter. I saw that you had followed me, and I followed you back. Just say, "Oh, this is cool." And then I get a notification on Twitter. You're like, "Hey, I'm live right now. You pull up if you want." And I was like, "Okay, bet we here." I was planning to go live later, but we're here. So yeah, man.
It's funny. I scheduled this live stream because people have been asking me about this whole drama between Sneeko and the others, and then also you. People have been texting about you, and I had no idea what's going on, and I didn't know about anybody, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I started looking into it and got interested, and I didn't really know what I want to talk about on this live stream today, although I scheduled that a few days ago.
Yeah.
So I thought I should just text you, and then I saw your tweet about me and David Wood and Nabil Qureshi, and I thought, hey, that's perfect. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are doing an amazing work in, you know, educating people in regards to the truth. I mean, as I understand it, you yourself, are you atheist?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I used to be a very religious Muslim.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, so even though I'm Christian, you're atheist. I see you work, you know, very well with your friend David Wood. And I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, the truth is a truth. You feel me? And the truth is a truth. And you're just providing the truth about, you know, the history of Islam. And I found that information very, very helpful in being able to comb through the mess of it all, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and it makes me very happy to hear that that it's beneficial. I'm trying to just on my part make videos in very concise ways, like very easily digestible videos about anything that people want to know about Islam, or anything that is controversial about Islam, or stuff that people have misconceptions about. So I go into that a lot. It's like David Wood and I are very much doing quite similar things with a slightly different style and approach, and he does it from a Christian perspective, I more of a non-religious perspective. it's very good to see that it does something, that it helps. So you became a Christian recently?
Yeah, so grew up Christian, or grew up in a Christian culture, in a Christian household. My mother was or is a devout Christian. Hey mom. And she, did her best to try and raise me up in the church, but I wasn't reading scripture. I didn't really understand what was going on. There are a lot of people who can relate to that, growing up in that situation. Very different from how I understand the average Muslim child. Like, listening to your story, it sounds like you grew up very much like you're learning to recite the Hadith, and you're learning to recite the verses from the Quran. You're doing the 5 prayers a day. It was a much different bringing. So, long story short, yes, I recently found my faith as a Christian recently, like for real. You know what I mean? Like I did the work myself. I read the Bible, had my own experience and all of that.
And how did it get to? How did the whole confrontation with Islam happen?
Right, crazy, because prior to me getting in this online debacle with Islam, my only experience with Islam is one of my best friends, one of my someone who I not best friends in the sense of we talk on a daily basis, but just someone who I consider a very good friend, that when we do get on the phone, we're talking for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time, just chopping it up, but then we won't talk for 4 or 5 months. You feel me? And he's a Muslim, and we just had a very good, friendly relationship. And so I had nothing but positive a positive outlook on Muslims, because my only experience with a Muslim person is a very smart, cool dude who I related to. But after becoming Christian and becoming very outspoken about my faith, overnight, they wouldn't even let it breathe for a day, all of my Muslim fans are trying to convert me. They're all they won't even let me enjoy being a Christian for 5 minutes. When I was living a life of sin and wickedness and just doing whatever with whoever, no Muslims, I didn't even know I had Muslim fans. I didn't find out I had Muslim fans till I said I was Christian. So that just goes to show you, and then they get mad at me when I start to push back. You feel me? So it's crazy.
Yeah, I get that. So you could basically say that you didn't have any negative thoughts about Islam or anything against Islam, but the reaction of Muslims basically pushed you toward this conflict that you are in right now, and you didn't even intend to get there. So
Yeah.
I see a lot people celebrating when somebody is interested in Islam, or converts to Islam and all that, and I see that people that Muslims jump in immediately when somebody talks about religion and try to get them on their side. And I'm sure people will have a lot of strong opinions about you after they see that you and I are live. So I'm sorry about that.
No, don't be. They already do. If you go to my video that I posted last night, or my live I did yesterday, and go in the comment section, it's all just all caps. It's just all all ad hominem attacks and all of that. You know what I'm saying? People telling me, oh, just they're gonna catch you slipping one day. You know what I'm saying? Just that's the energy. But as a Christian, I truly believe that God is protecting me, and if I were to ever get into a situation where I were to fall at the sword of a Muslim, it was because it was only for his glorification. So I just don't worry about it. I just speak the truth. I try to do it as respectfully as I can, and whatever comes with that comes with that.
What do you just a question, what do you I don't know how to say this. I think you made a very long live stream yesterday about Islam, breaking it down. But so far, after your interactions with Muslims and the live stream that you had with them, your comment section, what is your impression of Islam and the Islamic ethos? I don't know.
I would say that they're very different from Christians. That much I can tell you. the way how Muslim, I don't, not the word, people are very zealous about their Islamic faith. They approach things very differently than how Christian zealots, do things. And so, yeah, I can't. A part of me kind of gotta respect it. I can't lie. I mean, it's annoying to be on the other end of it. It's to be on the side that's getting it. But I mean, if they were on your side, you do feel very like represented. You do feel like you have an army of people that will go at whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah, and that's also one of the things that I see. I was just watching that live stream. I was watching that portion that Sneeko posted on his YouTube channel, and when he asks them about the whole threats of violence and all that he got from Muslims, the response that he gets from the panel here is basically, I mean, Muslims are just very protective and they love their religion so much, and we stand for something and all that. It's like a very soft way of trying to excuse these very bad responses.
It's definitely a all cap, in my opinion. That's not what it is. You know what I'm saying? They're just trying to silence you. They're just trying to it's not that. It's not that, because nobody was like, for instance, when I hear somebody say, I mean, this is the hypocrisy of a Muslim that is with that narrative, right? They're saying, oh, you have to respect my religion. You have to respect the prophet. But they literally, every time they mention the name Jesus, they commit blasphemy in my religion. They literally, Jesus, by saying Jesus is not a God, by saying, oh, he is just a prophet, he's just a man, that is no different than me disparaging Muhammad from their perspective. But they couldn't care less, because it's not about mutual respect. It's not about expecting respect. They have their beliefs, and they're going to make you submit or shut up or agree, or if it means by force, whether that's physical or over the internet, however they can do it, because I don't know. I think it comes from a place of, I don't know, being insecure about their beliefs. You know what I mean? When you really feel like you know something, if someone else doesn't want to see it for what it is, truly, all you can do is feel sorry for them. It's like when you come across someone's like a flat earther. You don't get mad that they don't believe in the world. You just kind of feel sorry for them that, wow, you really think that? Dang, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But when you don't really have that inner security, it's like, you ever come across someone who's trying to convince you of something, but it come across as they're really trying to convince themselves as well? Those are the people who yell at you. No, it's like this. It's like this. Like, you're trying to convince yourself, bro. You're not trying to convince just me. And so that's kind of what it feels like, to be honest.
I'm very impressed and happy to hear that, because I feel like most of the time when outsiders are confronted with the Muslim response and then hear the Muslim explanations, they either really genuinely believe the Muslim excuses, or they just I don't know, brush it off as them being just very loving and protective and very emotional and all that. But that's just not really it. It is really Muslims don't care about disrespecting other things. They don't care about whether other religious beliefs are disrespected or not. It's all about Islam. You must respect anything Islamic. You must definitely respect it. If you don't respect it, you will see the anger and possibly worse responses, possibly violence, threats, possibly death in response if you don't respect Islam. But Muslims themselves, they don't feel the need, don't have the obligation to respect other people's beliefs. I mean, the Quran itself repeatedly mocks people's beliefs. It mocks the Christian theology.
Right.
It condemns and mocks Christian theology repeatedly. It condemns and mocks Jews. It talks about how they are ungrateful, and how Allah turned many of them into monkeys and pigs and things like that. Talks about how Christians and Jews are deluded and the worst of creatures. And I mean, Muslims repeat these things, they preach these things, and they say all kinds of terrible things in the Muslim world. And nobody turns around and says, hey, guys, you know what? We should be more respectful toward those people and their beliefs. They believe in the wrong things, but that's okay. We should understand that. We should be more, accepting and more tolerant. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
They approve of the mockery and the hate. But once you turn around and say something very mild about Islam or about Muhammad, then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. So tell me, okay, so for my fans who maybe just because I know your content very well. When I'm saying I've watched like dozens of your videos in the course of like 48 hours, like so I just had like I went on a apostate prophet marathon. So I just instinctively already know your story to a degree. But for my fans, tell them a little bit about who am I speaking to right now, and why are the Muslims in my chat so triggered to see your face?
Oh, why are you speaking to me at all? Yeah, so I'm a former Muslim of Turkish origin, was born in Germany into a very religious Muslim family of Turkish origins. My parents were very observant. When I was smaller, when I was younger, when I was a child or a teenager, I didn't care that much about religion, although I had respect wherever I had to have respect, and I learned, the prayers and whatever I had to do, because my parents would always drag me around, and we always had to do all kinds of prayers and gatherings and this and that. And I also learned very messed up stuff when I was a child about how the end might come soon and the Jews will fight us and we will kill all the Jews and the Christians and this and that. And anyway,
the Christians too. You kill the Christians too.
No, there was no explicit killing Christians, but there was a thing like that Muslims will in the end fight the disbelievers. The thing about the Jews is very explicit, because Muhammad's prophecy actually says that before the last day comes, you will fight the Jews and kill them wherever they are, and even rocks and trees will say, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him. And this is not something fringe. This is like every Muslim knows this.
So but Islam is peace, though. That's what I keep seeing in my chat. Islam is I heard is it true that Islam literally translates to peace?
No, it's not. Islam literally means submission or surrender. What is true is that peace has a shared root with the word Islam, which means submission, but that does not mean they are the same thing. Islam, the word just means submission, as in those who submit themselves to Allah. That's what Islam literally stands for. And people in Islamic history, Islamic scholars didn't claim that this means peace. This is just kind of a recent propaganda that is going on to make
see
Islam
that a lot in the faith of Islam. Like just doing my research, you see like they have no problem kind of like remarketing things. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so I got a couple questions. So is it true, because this is something that is it true that Allah was known as like the great deceiver? Is that like one of his names, or is that not true?
Well, that's one controversial issue, and some people might approach it differently than others. I don't get very much stuck on that. What the Quran does say is it talks about how the disbelievers are plotting and scheming against Muhammad and the believers, and then it says, and they plot and Allah plots, and Allah is the best of plotters. But that there is, I mean, it basically shames the polytheists for scheming or plotting or deceiving the Muslims. But then with the same word, it says, and they plot or they scheme or they deceive, and Allah deceives, and Allah is the best of deceivers or plotters or schemers. So that's what it actually says, where it blasts those underhanded people. And then it says, but Allah is also underhanded and he's the best of them. So that's where that comes from. Now, some people
Okay.
might see that as like a very terrible admission on Allah's part.
Right.
But that's just up to the individual, I guess.
Okay. I understand. But okay, so what was it that opened your eyes and brought you to the conclusion that Islam was false?
Well, I think that's a very, very big question, which deserves a very long answer, because it wasn't just one thing. It was a very long process. It was many, many years that brought me to the conclusion that Islam is not true. But I think the most serious phase of that began when I was living a very devout life myself, willingly, and was trying to do all the prayers and the fasting and observing all kinds of all practices within Islam, trying to learn it all, reading books day and night. And I had these constant thoughts in my head, especially after reading the Quran. I felt like the Quran is very repetitive, self-contradictory in many ways, and it makes a lot of observations about the world, about the natural world, about science, that are just not really accurate. For example, it repeatedly describes how Allah holds up the sky so it doesn't fall down on us.
Yeah.
And the sun and the moon chase each other. And whenever I saw those things as a religious Muslim, I was like it bothers me, but I'm trying to suppress
I'm just gonna be making notes as you talk, just so like you can go uninterrupted. But then there are certain things I know I want to like follow up on. So if you see me writing, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah, no problem. That's what I usually do. So yeah, the whole Allah holds up the sky so it doesn't fall down on us, and he holds it up with invisible pillars or without pillars that you can see, or something along those lines. It's very unclear what it actually says. And then Allah established himself above the heavens, and he subjected the sun and the moon, and they chase each other, and the sun goes to a stopping point. And it's just this very primitive understanding of the sun and the moon. And it even says that stars are an adornment in the nearest heaven, and some of them are stones thrown at rebellious devils when they try to go up and snatch secret knowledge from Allah and the angels, and things like that. I read that as a religious Muslim, and they really bother me. It really pokes me, but I try to suppress them. I try to be like, hey, I'm just an ignorant human, I don't know better. And those things keep piling up, and I guess those, together with theological problems, and with the idea that, for example, there is one thing in the Quran. It says that Allah decides who believes and who disbelieves. It says Allah guides and leads astray whom he wills. And that just doesn't really make sense if you think about it very long. And he punishes those who are ungrateful and who don't believe in him. But if it is he who guides and misguides whom he wills, then why does he punish those who don't believe in him? So I don't know, a bunch of these things, multiple factors coming from the Quran led me to question. And once I allowed myself to actually think about these things, it was inevitable. I ended up leaving Islam and saying I'm no longer a Muslim.
Yeah. Well, I can definitely see how. So basically, in the process of trying to become a more devout, well-read Muslim, you ended up being convinced that it just didn't make any sense.
Yeah. And I was really trying to be the perfect Muslim. I was like, I'm not good enough. I want to be more devout, more observing. I want to be a slave to Allah. And that process resulted in the complete opposite.
So, okay, so when you say that, because I'm sure you've said that before, when you say that, what is usually like the average Muslim's like response to that? You tell a Muslim, I was trying to be the best Muslim I can be. I was trying to learn more about the faith. I was trying to read the Quran more devoutly, and that is what led me away. What do they say to you about that? Do they say, go ahead?
Well, the most common response would be, I don't believe you.
Mm.
I don't really think you tried. You're lying. It's not true. That's the first thing. And how are you supposed to argue with that? The second response would be, I guess, you didn't try hard enough. Maybe you gave up too soon. You need to try again, try harder, and all of that. And the other one would be that I was deceived by my own desires, and I know that Islam is true, but I just didn't want to accept it. Something along those lines. I think these are the usual responses that people go for.
Yeah. So, okay. So what do you think it is that the average, so let's think about the Muslim who did exactly what you did. They tried to be a perfect slave to Allah, but instead of having their eyes opened, they, dive in deeper, because I hear these, Muslim scholars and, these very devoted Muslim leaders in Islamic spaces. And I have to believe that they have read the Quran multiple times. Like they've come across the same, scientific errors and contradictions that you have. What is the difference then? What's going on? Why is it that they read them? Because a lot of these people sound very intelligent, the way they speak, and you can tell by the way they debate, so what is it that isn't? Is it just a coping mechanism? Is it like, what do you think it is?
Well, I always tell people that I don't judge people for the beliefs that they hold. I don't hate people for what they believe in and what they advocate, although those beliefs might be very problematic and very, very terrible or reprehensible, because I think people genuinely believe in those terrible ideas that they hold, because something within them wants to hold on to that certain belief. Like I'm completely convinced that Islam is absolutely false. If I wasn't convinced, I wouldn't go against it. If I knew that Islam is true, or if I suspected that Islam is true, I would probably try to be a Muslim again. But I am fully convinced that Islam is false and that it is dangerous, which is why I do what I do. But I know very well that many other people who go through the same process but end up becoming very religious Muslims instead, simply see things differently. Maybe in some people I might have observed that they have also seen that something in Islam doesn't make sense, like one of those scientific examples or logical contradictions, but they refuse to actually acknowledge that it doesn't make sense and shut their eyes and focus on a different aspect which makes sense to them, not because they are dishonest or evil or anything, but rather because they find comfort in Islam, and they are afraid of losing their faith, afraid of losing what they think might be true. So they want to hold on to it. In the end, people want to feel safe. I mean, everyone looks out for their own well-being, right? And some people lie to themselves or convince themselves that something which they can't really justify is actually true because it makes them feel better. That's how I see it.
Yeah. And similarly, because one thing you won't see me do is I wouldn't ever get up on stream and try to debunk, every major world religion. Like, as a Christian, the Bible tells us that if you want to spread your faith, you just have to preach the gospel. You know what I'm saying? Say what's in the gospel, and then, at the end of the day, you as a person preaching it, it's not your job to convince the other person. That is left up to God. That's what we believe as Christians. So yeah. I don't have any I have no desire to make it my mission to debunk Islam or anything like that. But it's almost as if they bring this energy onto themselves with the way that they behave. I could never see me doing this to Hindus. So
what I see is sorry, I interrupted you, but what I see is, you made that 4-hour live stream and you talked about some big moral problems with about Muhammad, for example, the whole child marriage and taking sex slaves and stuff like that. And I mean, as I see it, and as you're explaining it to me right now, you never had the intention to go out and attack or debunk Islam, but people approach you about Islam, people push Islam, people want you to comment on it. They want you to convert to Islam, but then once you respond to them, actually, once you take them seriously and respond to them and tell them what you really feel after you look into Islam, then they are extremely upset about this and say horrible things to you, which is just it's it's a bit stupid, isn't it? I mean,
it's interesting, and it's just like any criticism of Islam to a Muslim just means you don't understand.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing there. Like, but these are criticisms that, I mean, I'm not doing rocket science to come to these conclusions. I'm not doing like large leaps in logic. I mean, if their most trusted hadith, and you would be able to speak to this better, if their most trusted hadith says that the man's married her when she was 6 and slept with her when she was 9, I mean, to me, that's pretty clear. I don't know if there's any like deciphering or interpretation that needs to be added on top of that to know what that means. And then, I mean, so okay, because I'm not an expert on Islam by any means. I feel like I'm now more informed than the average person who doesn't grow up in an Islamic culture. But so I have a couple questions. Now, is it possible for this and what is it called? The Sahih Bukhari? How do you pronounce it?
Sahih Bukhari, yeah.
The Sahih Bukhari. Oh wow, that was good. Oh, okay.
It's Bukhari, but you don't have to. I mean,
Okay. I'm glad. I thought I was like completely super butchering it, but
no.
That was kind of close.
That was pretty good.
Okay. All right. So do they believe that whole thing is accurate, or is it just some of them is accurate? How does that go?
I actually spent last year. I started going more deeply into studying into what Muslims call Hadith Sciences, which I find a little bit strange. It's just Hadith studies, where you study the history and the technicalities of Hadith, the people who transmitted the Hadiths and their evaluation, biographies, and all that. And I went into studying those a little bit more deeply last year. As far as I see it, there are a lot of credible sources about Muhammad in that book, and that book is the most reliable one, Sahih Bukhari, and after that Sahih Muslim. Those two are the most reliable. There are a lot of credible reports about things that he possibly said and did, or things that happened in his time. But that said, there's also a lot of stuff that is just dubious, that is that you could doubt. And there are also reports in there which Muslim scholars have considered authentic forever, but which many Muslim apologists right now say are not entirely reliable because they are in contradiction with other reliable hadiths. So there is always a problem, and I feel like, and there's also a bias at play. Like with many reports, what they do is, okay, Muhammad said this and this and this. Person A said to person B, said to person C, said to person D, said to person E that this happened. And when we look at those people, we see that they are usually reliable and so on. So we will assume that this looks reliable, and we will take this as authentic. But there is no actual
like a far cry from like evidence or a scientific process, though.
Exactly. And they also rule out people who are not Muslims or who are known to be immoral. So there is a bias. Like if somebody who is a non-Muslim or not a good Muslim reports something, then they're like, no, don't take his word, don't write that down, because we can't trust that guy. So there's always a bias in there,
Yeah. Wow. Man, so okay, now as an outsider who again had no interest in Islam prior to, the just being kind of thrown into it, when I started wanting to like push back, one of the things that I came across, one of the pieces of information that I felt was very compelling, is just the fact that the main guy, the prophet, had this inappropriate relationship with a prepubescent girl. But since you've been fighting this fight, 10 times longer. Would you say that would you say that's not like something to like lean upon, because I feel like, I don't know, to me it's like, this is pretty damning, you know what I mean? If Jesus did something like that, there's no way I could be a Christian, you know what I mean? Like, I was just like, oh, it's all BS, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he might have said a few good things, love your neighbor as yourselves, but bro, you was doing, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if that was the case, to me, that's what I feel very convincing. However, for some reason, it doesn't seem to phase a Muslim. Why is this the case?
Well, I feel like it really depends on the person dealing with that problem. For some, I mean, I said in the past that, in my opinion, morals are not the best reason to believe or disbelieve in a religion, is what I said in the past. But when I look at it today, I feel like they would probably influence me a little bit, and they did also. Like in the past, I learned a lot of hateful stuff about other religious groups, and I never really internalized those things. I never really felt like, hating or condemning Jews and polytheists and all of that. And I couldn't never justify to myself just going to war and fighting over religion and subjugating people as the Quran commands and as people did in the past. When it comes to something like Muhammad marrying a little child, that is even more sensitive, especially when you deconceptualize that and you think about an actual 50-something-year-old man marrying a 6-year-old girl. When we say 6-year-old girl in this context, you have to imagine for a second, to understand the seriousness of this issue, a 6-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And this girl then becomes 9 years old, and this 50-something-year-old man says, okay, it's time, and takes her home, takes her to bed, and has sex with her.
Yeah.
A 50-something-year-old man goes to bed with a 9-year-old girl and has sex with her. I mean, as a person today, would you allow your 9-year-old girl to be taken to bed and, have sex with a 50-something-year-old man who already has many more wives aside from
Yeah,
that
on
one?
top,
Isn't it?
right. Yeah, it's that's, and those are the other factors that, because I had brought that up, right? Islam says you're allowed to have up to 4 wives, and that's under a very specific condition, right? The average Joe is going to have 1 wife in Islam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but under certain, and what are the conditions under which you can have 4 wives?
No, it's sorry, I said yeah to the wrong thing here. So there is no Muslims are not instructed to have a specific number of wives. So it's not like just have one, not more. The Quran only says you can take wives, and from those that you like, you can take 2, 3, or 4. That's all the Quran says. And then it also says after that, and if you fear that you cannot be just with them, then less than that, or then only 1, or something along those lines. I don't remember the exact wording, but
But
it's
what's
not
the
like,
message? What's the, like, what are they saying then?
so you are not encouraged to only stay with 1. You are
Okay.
allowed to take 1, 2, 3,
Oh.
or 4. It doesn't matter, but up to 4, as long as you are just to them, which is also not really defined. It's very vague. For example, Muhammad did not spend equal time and give equal importance to all of them. No, he treated them differently. And sometimes, according to some hadith, he did go to all of them and had sex with all of his 11 wives in one night, which is hard to believe. But,
Right.
but stuff like that
Had
happened.
Blue Chew back then.
Yeah. But that's also a thing. Like, the average Muslim man is allowed to have up to 4 wives, but Muhammad is allowed to have as many wives as he wants, because he's the prophet. Don't ask me how that makes sense.
Yeah.
And he just had like 11 wives and possibly more, and also had sex slaves. Now, some people say, there's a reason behind everything. It's like, it's to protect the women and give them shelter. And the Prophet Muhammad also did it because he wanted to protect the women. But really, do you really have to marry the women to?
And something we've noted, we can see, it's like a pattern in like cults, especially, right? Because as a Christian, I have to believe that any religion that doesn't worship the God of the Bible is a false religion, right? So I would place that label on anything else other than Christianity. However, there definitely is a difference between, like, you know, those like cults they make Netflix documentaries on, and then, you know, like, you know, another major world religion like Buddhism, for instance, right? And a pattern you always see is this obsession with the leader around sex. You know, there's always seems to be this like over sexualization, you know, things like limiting the amount of women that the followers can have, but they have unlimited access and resource, and they always kind of pitch it as if it's some sort of he's doing them a favor. He's blessing them almost by, you know, and that's what it's sounding like here with when it comes to the prophet.
And the issue is, many people who join cults, when they hear about other cults or other people doing such things, they'll be like, "Wow, so wicked, so horrible. What kind of people are these?" But then when their own cult or their own religion does the same thing, they don't see it that way. They don't recognize the same wickedness as they see it in others. They just shut their eyes to it and somehow justify it. And that's exactly how it is with Islam. I mean, I remember my own parents or many people that I knew in the past, many Muslims, who were disturbed, disgusted, or, you know, who just mocked such things when they heard about cults or about people gathering a bunch of women around them and you know, making use of them. But do people actually turn around and also judge Muhammad with the same lens? They don't. They just don't see it that way. You are blinded there, and you selectively look at things and judge them. That's the problem. And here's the thing: like, some people say times were different in Muhammad's time. You know, times were different back then. Things were different back then, and you know, morals were different. You can't judge things with today's moral standards. But that's not really what we're doing, is it? We are judging a supposed perfect human being, perfect messenger, who's supposed to be the perfect moral guide for all humankind and for all times, based on our understanding and what we know about the world and about humanity. If things were bad or different in his time and environment, then he should not adopt those things, because he's the rightly guided, perfect moral guide for all humankind. He should come and correct things. That shouldn't be an excuse for him to go and have sex with a 9-year-old girl, which we know today is extremely, extremely harmful and abusive toward a little child. Now they say, but she didn't complain.
Wow.
What kind of an excuse is that?
Right. Excuses that would never work for like your modern day like celebrity if they were caught in the same position. No one would ever like look at art. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the R. Kelly situation, right? But you know, he said similar things. You know, well, they were fine with it. They were cool with it. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's just interesting. A question I'd written down based on something you said earlier. So you've done now, I think, 3 in-depth, like over 30-minute long videos talking about scientific errors in the Quran, right? All of them have gone like fairly viral. One of them, if I'm not mistaken, was banned in Pakistan. That's how like damning it was. Is that true? Is that
Pakistan bans many videos, but they explicitly, like, they just had one email just with that video. They wanted YouTube to take it down, so it's banned in Pakistan.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah. All right. So how do they rationalize these errors? I mean, I can understand a couple, like in terms of, okay, I can see how, like, even just like, because yesterday in building my case, I went through like there was like a wiki list of like scientific errors in the Quran, and like I'm coming across a few, and I'm like, okay, I can see how like I would be able to like, you know, flip this and make it make sense. But there are some that are just like, what? How is it that they like? Give me an example of one of your favorite ones. I know you really like the sun one. That like you made a whole animation about it, which by the way was amazing. That was hilarious. That was like I was like, wow, this is really good. Are you gonna be putting out more of those anytime soon?
Yeah. I'm working together with this guy Sai10 who makes animations, and we're going to continue that. That's supposed to be an animation series called The Prophet Tales, and I'll definitely do more of that. But that's I'm really happy with that one. That was a very good project.
That one was like, I watched it, and I'm an animator personally. I'm a professional animator. So yeah, that's how I started on YouTube. I had this one channel. It was called Young Don the Sauce God. Don't post any, don't post any anymore. You know, after becoming a Christian and all that, I've for the most part retired it. I want to make a new animation channel about Christian content. So seeing your content on that video, like that was even like more so inspiring, especially when I was able to see the feedback it got. But and if I look a little distracted, I'm actually just gonna link to that video in the description of my live. Guys, you gotta go check out this cartoon. It is hilarious and educational and inspirational for me as someone who wants to make animated Christian content in the near future.
I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Yeah. So, all right, that was that playing in the background. All right, so give me one of your favorite like indefensible scientific errors in the Quran, and then give me what you hear as the most popular like cope for it.
Okay. It's really hard to pick the best, but there are a lot of good ones. But I think one of my favorites is actually the one where it says that stars are an adornment in the nearest heaven or the lowest heaven, and some of them are made as missiles thrown at rebellious devils who go up to Allah's High Assembly to snatch information. And it's just like there's so much absurdity about that. Like,
and so what do they say? It's a metaphor, I imagine. This is where they go with it.
I had a discussion with a popular Muslim apologist, Muhammad Hijab, and I took the opportunity and brought it up to him. And what he resorted to in response to that was, so what's your problem with it? It's a metaphysical issue. It talks about stars, that are in the universe out there, and some of them in a world that we cannot see are missiles that are thrown at jinn beings that are pelted at them, and this is just not something that you can prove to be false. You cannot falsify it because we can't see it. It's the unseen. It's a metaphysical reality. So what's your problem? That was his response with that, and that's just such a cop out.
Yeah.
Such a major cop out.
Yeah. And that's really, and it's interesting because, I've seen a few debates between like Muslims and Christians, for instance, and they do not allow that level of like, rationalization from a Christian when they're having a debate. You know what I'm saying? Like when they point at something in the Bible, if you for an instant try to bring up the word context, or if you try to give some kind of interpretation that requires just the slightest bit of not taking the verse literally and like excluding it from the context of the rest of the book, now you're jumping, now you're flopping, you can't do that. But you bring something like that up to a Muslim, and my man starts to paint a painting. They start writing poems, and I was like, hold on, wait a second. And that really is another part of, I think, the problem that Christians have with Islam is just that, the hypocrisy in terms of how they have no problem disrespecting your religion. They expect the utmost respect. They have no problem rationalizing away their holy text. They want to hold you down to the verse literally, and it's no room for like historical context. For instance, anytime I start talking about Islam, I get bombarded, like they spam like, biblical contradictions. They all do the same thing. They go to their favorite Islam blog page and look up 20 contradictions in the Bible. And then one of them that, I took the time to look into was it was in like 2 Kings about, I think his name is is some young king that came into power, and he's mentioned in 2 separate books. And in one book, it talks about him assuming the throne at a younger age than the other. And so I saw this, and on its face, it does appear to be a contradiction, right? And then I went and did like the slightest bit of research, and it was explaining how the word that it was using, the Hebrew word used to describe the ascension to the throne, in one instance, it is being used speaking to the fact that he was given a level of, he ascended, and I'm not going to explain it perfectly here, but he ascended to a point where he was recognized in, like he was a king in waiting. For instance, his father was not dead yet, pretty much. His father had gone off to war, his mother was in power, and he was like basically king in waiting. And then later, once his father actually dies and he actually assumes power to the point where he's actually making decisions, the author of that book mentions that. And if you look this up, it's like there are like multiple YouTube videos of people explaining it. But in order to come to that conclusion, you have to look at things like historical context. The very same argument they use when they try to justify the prophet sleeping with a 9-year-old girl.
Oh, yeah.
You got to look at the historical context. It was normal in that time. But if you try to explain that to a Muslim and explain it, oh, well, where is that in the Bible? I'm sorry, where is it in the Quran where it's cool to sleep with 9-year-olds all the time? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
And so this is what I mean when I say they're hypocrites, you know, and they're unfair in the way that they want to have conversation.
Did you have the experience with the Muslims? I see you went on their live stream, and I guess what I got from your live stream with them is that you actually went on their channel because you wanted to talk about Islam because of the responses. But then they basically started ganging up and
they ambushed me
talking about Christianity and how wrong Christianity is and all that.
Yeah, you see, this was back, so that was the day how I saw Muslims and Islam completely changed, because I don't agree with Islam, right? As a Christian, they worship Allah, they don't believe Jesus is God, and so from that point of view, I went into it like, oh, I don't agree with these people. But a criticism that I would get in my chat very often is, oh, go talk to a Muslim, have them explain it to you, right? How they see it. And so one of my friends, his name is Sneeko, I guess he got into a little bit of drama himself for teasing Islam, and, you know, they sent him death threats and all kinds of things and all that. And so he did the standard, you know, oh, let me sit down with the people that hate me and show that I don't hate these people, right? Which, you know, fair move, you know what I'm saying? Logan Paul did it with this suicide forest incident and all that. It's a old school traditional move. More power to you. And I know Nico personally. He does not hate Muslims. He never has. He's a comedian. He likes to crack jokes. You feel me? And that's all he was.
That's what I see. Yeah.
He was just cracking jokes on people who can't take a joke. That's really what it all comes down to. So anyway, he goes ahead and invites them on, and his chat, like, I've been on his live stream several times, and he's allowed me to, you know, talk about my faith, you know, so his chat knows that we are friends, and they know that I'm a devout Christian, and they know where I stand with Islam. And so they start spamming him, hey, get Don on, get Don on, get Don on. So I didn't even know what was going on. I didn't even know the story, what he was streaming about. He just texted me, he's like, hey, you want to come on stream real quick? I'm like, all right, bet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm down. You feel me? So I hop on stream, or again from my computer, I see is 43 Muslims on the screen, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? There's a ton of Muslims. And so I'm like, okay, I've made the mental decision. I'm not prepared to debate these people if they want to debate me. Furthermore, I'm not interested in debating people. That's not how Jesus evangelized. And so I'm going to go in here with nothing but the strictest intentions to just ask them questions and hear what they got to say about Islam and what they believe. I asked one question, and before anybody could even give me an answer, someone's like, hey, is it cool if I bring on this guy? He's a biblical expert. He's also an expert with the Quran. I was like, all right, that sounds cool to me. That's fine. If anyone can answer my questions about Islam, it should be someone who's a expert on the Quran. Man's get on the screen, and he instantly start trying to, all right, go to this Bible verse. Go to this Bible verse. trying to convert me, trying to debunk the Bible, debunk Christianity. And I was like, wow. But me not being a coward, you feel me? I'm not just gonna rage quit. So I did my best with my, with the knowledge I had to stand up on my beliefs and defend myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I saw that they like after the conversation they published some I don't know, some thumbnails and titles that are like very
right. Yeah, they try to spin it like, oh, young Don called us out to debate and we destroyed him.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all are so corny.
We educated and schooled him.
So corny. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Go debate Christian Prince if you really want to debate somebody. You know what I mean? Go call up David Wood if you really want to debate someone. Why y'all trying to spin something that was like not what it was into something else for clout? You know what I'm saying?
So capital letters, Young Don challenges us. And
I was like, excuse me? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but it is what it is, and it's just reflective. What I thought, but I'm not, influencers is gonna do what influencers do. You feel me? I'm not even wasn't even too mad at that. It was the way how I saw the Muslim community react to it, how they ran with it, how they turned it into I was like, this is what showed me the strong contrast between how Christians are and how Muslims are. And it made me realize, I believe in Christianity 100% with my whole heart, right? But let's say that someday I just didn't believe for some reason. It will never happen, but let's say it didn't. One thing I know 100% for a fact, though, is that Islam is not the way. You know what I mean? Like, if for some reason I lost my faith as a Christian, ain't no way I'm being because I was like, if anyone's getting it right, it's the Christians. After seeing that, I was like, nah, this is the way how y'all move is nasty. You know what I'm saying? It's like no humility, no grace, no class. It's just this nasty, childish middle school, gotcha. Yeah. I was like, wow, yeah, that's interesting. That's how y'all behave. This is what religious, spiritual people move like. That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, and the whole we destroyed you, we humiliated you. You have been I don't know, exposed. You will never show your face again. These things. It's like I said this before, and some people might hate me for saying this, but I have had a lot of interactions with Christians. I had debates with Christians. I had debates with Muslims. I know well-known atheist YouTubers who primarily talk about Christianity, who are ex-Christians and who really are opposed to Christianity, and they go and have friendships with Christian apologists and debate with Christian apologists. We come together, have all these nice interactions, but when I come together with Muslim apologists and try to have a conversation with them, it inevitably turns into you have been humiliated and embarrassed and destroyed and this and that, slaughtered, massacred, and then this whole hate. There is no way to come together and have a reasonable conversation with them.
It's a violent people of violent culture,
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean, and it's interesting. It's interesting because you will find, like I said, one of my close friends, one of my good friends at least, who's a Muslim. I don't think he's ever punched someone in their face in his life. You know what I mean? Like he himself, especially Muslim Americans. And speak to this. Do you think that there's a large disconnect between American-born Muslims who grew up in American culture and the intensity of Muslims in the Middle East?
Yeah, I would say American Muslims are probably the least religious, the least loyal Muslims in terms of loyalty to the whole Muslim idea and nation and all that. And there's also research that shows that Muslims in America are not very observant. Most of them don't pray. They don't go to a mosque. It's not like Europe. In Europe, for example, Muslims are very religious because they're very close to Muslim lands and they have a lot of Muslim community. In America, it's quite different. American Muslims often don't really care. It's like a devout portion is a minority here. And I mean, I also knew many Muslims. I still know many Muslims. I am related to many Muslims who are, very nice, very peaceful, have no intention of going and hurting others, who have no intention of hating people and all that. But it's just once you take your religious doctrines as a Muslim seriously, and you learn about how you are supposed to think and act as a Muslim, and how you are supposed to be a Muslim collective that is loyal to each other and opposed to the disbelievers, when you take it seriously, then there is no way of getting around that hateful attitude that you
Yeah.
cannot reason with, which is just sad. And that's about Islam. Islam is the root cause of all that.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed there is a difference between American Muslims, and because when I look at in my comment section, the people are like, really going in. They all have like, their English isn't very good. They're talking in like all caps. Every sentence ends with an exclamation point. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, these are dudes that probably don't even live in this country, or they're, maybe like immigrants or whatever. And so I say that to say, do you think and I don't know if you can even really speak to this, I don't know what your experience is, but is there a difference between Black Muslims and other American Muslims, by the way? And would you say there's a difference would you say like American Muslims, I know you said they're not as devout, but would you also say they're like a different brand of Islam than the Muslims you find in like Muslim nations?
And the only difference that I can think, Black Muslims very often, I guess, in America are kind of part of the Nation of Islam culture. Either they are part of the Nation of Islam or connected to that. And that is actually, the Nation of Islam is actually very different from actual Islam, from real Islam. Many Muslims don't consider the Nation of Islam to be Muslims because of some core beliefs that are completely contradictory to Islamic tenets, such as the Nation of Islam, for example, believed that Allah came in the form of a human to America as a black man, and then left and disappeared and all that.
Wow.
So there are some really strange ideas associated with that. Other Black Muslims separated themselves from that and became regular Muslims, and those are very much in line with the regular Muslim population that is in America. And I wouldn't say they are, different in terms of their religious creeds from the Muslims around the world. They are just very disconnected from the Muslim world, which is why they are so different, which is why they are often less devout and less religious and less fanatic.
Yeah. Because like when I think about like in particular, all this time I'm like saying what I'm saying about like Muslims and Islam. Never once in my mind have I ever had the picture of like a Black Muslim. You know what I mean? And that just occurred to me the other day. I have a podcast I do with my friends, and we got asked, like one of our podcast viewers is a Muslim, a Black dude who's a Muslim, and he said, "Hey Don, take it easy on all the Muslim slander." You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, "Huh, that's crazy." Like I never like, and I've seen, and it's not that I haven't seen them. It's just that I don't know, for whatever reason in my mind, when I see this like fanatic, aggressive, violent energy, I don't think of Black Muslims, and it just made me wonder: is there any like basis for that? But you're saying that it's almost if they're following traditional Islam, it's more a matter of the fact that they're American, why they're not so.
Yeah, I think I never heard of an American Black Muslim who is like very radical, like the guys that we often see online. I've personally never heard of them, but I don't know. Maybe there's something to that. But it might be about the whole divide between how Black Muslims culturally practiced or learned Islam, and how the others who are from the Middle Eastern origin learned and practiced Islam. So there might be something something to that. But it's interesting. It's funny that you don't even see the black Muslim first when you look
Yeah.
at the
No. I see like the three Muslims, like the
Yeah,
people I reacted to, people who look like them, you know what I'm saying, and talk like them, and you know, that's who I have in my head. And I'll be honest with you, it's never like a black woman in her like hijab or anything, which is like my image of like black American Muslim, you know.
yeah.
Okay, interesting. So what's the end goal here? You just like trying to, as long as you have, you know, breath in your body, trying to just, you know, wake people up to the truth. I feel like you are making a huge difference.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you get messages all the time of like from people saying, hey, like I was a devout Muslim until I found your videos?
Yeah. I get a lot of. I mean, I get two sides all the time, which is one of them is people just really hating me for what I do, and then the others who say thank you so much for, you know, showing me the truth. I left Islam and all that, and it's I'm always caught between those who really just hate me and want to say the worst things to me, and then also those who say thank you so much, you changed my life. And it's like I'm trying to balance the love and the hate that I'm getting there. And but that motivates me, you know. I myself I found my way out of this religion, and I feel like I have become a much better person, although I took a lot of pain with me, which has to do with Islam and with leaving Islam and basically becoming an apostate, which has bad ramifications for you.
Yeah.
And I think the best thing that I could do in my position as somebody who really wanted to believe and who really wanted to learn is to go out there and to tell others, hey, you know, this is nonsense. It's not good. Stay away from it. So that's what I want to do. And I'm very passionate about that. I want to keep doing that as long as I can. Yeah.
You know, earlier I heard you describe Islam as dangerous. What are your major reasons for describing it as dangerous?
Let me play you a short clip that everybody loves by now, which I play quite often, and we also make music out of that one. Where did I put that? Well, one of the main reasons that I say that is that Islam commands to kill those who leave their religion. So Islam has apostasy laws. The other issue is the Quran is very dehumanizing towards disbelievers, toward people who don't believe in Islam, which leads people to hate the disbelievers and to discriminate against them. Another reason is that Muhammad himself says in the Hadith that he was commanded to fight the disbelievers. Sorry, until everybody testifies that. Give me a second.
No, you're good.
This is Allah, Allah punishing me right now with my. He says that he has been sent to fight the disbelievers until they say that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. And the Quran also says that you are supposed to fight those who don't believe and who don't adopt the proper religion until they are humiliated and pay protection money, and so on. There's just too much, but let me play you this very nice clip so people don't think this is just me making things up. So let's connect this over here, share my screen with audio.
Oh.
This is our friend Ali Dawa.
Ali Dawa, I've heard that name before.
And he says some very beautiful words here.
Spreading it. Yeah. Well, Adam is taking the mick out of you. This is a part of our religion. There's a reason to it. Yeah, there's a reason why there's a capital punishment, because people like you, little weaklings who leave their religion and cause corruption in the land by spreading it, the capital punishment in Islamic law would be applied to you. We have no doubt, and we're proud of that. Yeah, not individuals going and doing it themselves like idiots. Yeah, no, under an emir, it is done. Yes, and we, you know what, we'll be watching. We'll be watching. Because if you're going to cause corruption in the land, that's going to cause more damage to the society as a whole, because the Sharia didn't come to protect an individual's right. Hey, can I drink alcohol? Yeah, sure, drink alcohol.
So yeah, that's the beautiful message here that he has for those who complain about apostasy laws. He says, well, this is part of our religion, and we are proud of that. You know, you will be put to death, and we will be proudly watching.
So when people say Islam is peace, where's their reaction? So I'm imagining then that this guy has been like thoroughly like rebuked and disavowed by like the greater Muslim community. They've all kind of like washed their hands of him.
A little bit, maybe by one or two people. The vast majority of Muslims, of course, don't condemn him. The most Muslim apologists celebrated this guy and agree with him, and he's still the most popular Muslim YouTuber out there. Prove me wrong, dear Muslim viewers, by saying, no, we Muslims collectively reject this guy, and we will also instruct our apologists and preachers to openly condemn him. Of course, they won't do that because they all hold on to the same belief that apostasy is to be punished with capital punishment in an Islamic state. Unfortunately, they don't think that that is problematic or wrong, because your life doesn't matter. What matters is the glory of Islam and the lives and afterlives of Muslims. If you leave Islam, then you are worthless and you should be killed. So you are no longer a danger to the society, and that is the peace in Islam. You are put to death so that people can find peace again. That's the religion of peace.
Man, it's a lot. I would say that, they definitely take the cake as, most elite copers I've ever come across on the internet, though. I will not lie. Like, I ain't never seen cope this strong before. It's like, it's almost impressive. But yeah, wow, okay,
it is, right? I mean, so do you think after seeing all of this, after seeing all of these reactions and preachings and looking at all the good stuff from Islamic sources, do you feel like you were totally wrong about Islam and you love Islam more now and you will respect Islam from now on and possibly convert to Islam? Or what do you think?
Yeah, no, it's one thing I'm sure of is that I would never be a Muslim in my life. That's one thing I know for a fact. It's like that is never gonna happen. It's unfortunate because it never had to turn out this way, but it really did, though, because that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of Islam, and so it's I just had no idea this is where it was gonna go, but it went there, and that's just what it is, and I have no regrets personally.
I'm personally glad that it went this way. Many people are either afraid of the backlash, or they are just kind of, fooled by it all has an explanation narrative, so they choose to just give in and say, I apologize and I will be respectful and all that. Other people like you actually stand up and say, hey, this is bad. So
yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've gotten in a lot of trouble because that's pretty much just how I approach everything. You know what I'm saying? If I believe something to be true, I'm not going to shy away from it just because it hurt your feelings. If it made your tummy hurt, that's not my problem. And so there's that. But oh man, I just had a question pop up before you said that. It was a good one. Oh, do you think that the Muslim community has ascended to a level of like have they earned a victim card, like in the sense of are they are they now an online protected class? Like it doesn't matter if what you're calling them out about is legit, because they're Muslim, they can get your video taken down, they can get you banned, they can get you. Have they ascended to that place? And if so, how were they able to do that while being a part of a community that we know is chopping the heads off of Christians, in certain countries in the Middle East?
Yeah, by crying very loudly and by being by bullying people into respecting them.
Mm.
Unfortunately, that's the case. I myself, I was banned from TikTok, banned from Instagram, from Facebook, from Twitter. But the Twitter account that I messaged you with was my second Twitter account where I'm very inactive, because my main account was actually banned for something very simple, for just pointing out that a woman saying that Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl is not wrong. It's a fact. It's not her fault. It's Muhammad's fault. I said that, and that tweet got me permanently banned, and I'm not let back on Twitter for pointing out a fact, not even for saying, not even for giving my opinion. Whereas other people who criticize Christianity, and even who say stuff like Christians are so stupid or so retarded or whatever it is, who directly insult Christians, they have no problems ever. They get awards, they get their YouTube play button. I didn't get mine because my channel is controversial.
Wow.
And
I didn't know. Wow.
That's the issue that we're dealing with, and there's always this danger of being demonetized or banned because we speak about Islam and not about a different religion. They are all free game. Islam is not, which is just dumb, because Islam is also the most oppressive religion out there, the most oppressive world out there.
So why do you think that people can get away with disrespecting Christians and the Christian faith, but Muslims are able to get away with it?
I mean, you see the reaction, right? You see people make all kinds of cartoons about Jesus, depict him in very mocking, terrible ways. Nobody says anything.
Right.
People make shows and movies about Jesus, mocking him. Nobody cares.
People do say things though. That's the thing. For instance, are you familiar with? You must have seen the Kendrick Lamar thing, where he has a diamond encrusted crown of thorns, or the baby getting up on that cross. Like, if you look it up, or like Beyonce putting out her song "Church Girl." Like, if you go on YouTube, you will see mad Christians, and not like with 5-10 views, like Christians pulling in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views talking about this, saying that this is disrespecting the religion, It's not that Christians
of course,
aren't saying anything.
The thing is, I'm just being hyperbolic when I say nobody says anything. Just in comparison, for example, there was also this one Netflix show, which was Brazilian, I think, where it's all kind of a satirical depiction of Jesus being, I don't know, something sexual. I don't know. The response that I saw to that was like there was anger from Christians, and the worst thing there was this is horrible. How can this be on Netflix? I am canceling my Netflix subscription now. Bye. That's it. That's the worst thing you get. But you can't do the same thing with Islam. I mean, you see what happens with Islam when you draw a Muhammad cartoon. People get killed.
Right.
People get brutally murdered in the middle of France. People get murdered in the Netherlands, in America. Just recently, Salman Rushdie, who wrote a book decades ago, was attacked on stage, almost killed. People are constantly threatened. Entire countries come together and start pushing for censorship and saying, you will now ban this or else. And when France stood up for the right to do that.
Or else what? What are they saying when they say or else?
I don't know. I mean, when recently, when in France, the country stood up and said, in France, you can say whatever you want and you can draw whatever you want. The reaction from the Muslim world was, let us boycott France, let us introduce sanctions, let's call all the other nations for help, let's do this. And there were even calls to declare war in France, which was just ridiculous. But as things like these happen, and the Muslim population often reacts with extreme anger, and they say, remove this or else. And when they say or else, it's just up to your imagination what they mean by or else. Will they, will somebody be killed? Will bombs explode? Will you be, I don't know. Will people just cry? Whatever it is. But there is just this big mob mentality, which makes people give in and say, hey, Christianity, fine. Hinduism, this and that, fine. But Islam, that's too touchy. And we can't do that. That's Islamophobic. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
So, what? All right, because once upon a time you were a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
What? How old were you when you left the faith? By the way, were you in
Good
your
question.
20s or in your teens, or well, how old are you?
I don't even remember anymore. But I think I was 20 or something. No, what? Something like that. I was in my early 20s.
All right, so but you had sense. You were a young adult by that point. So
Mhm.
my question to you then, how would you rationalize these threats of violence, acts of violence as someone who identified with the Muslim community? How would you, before your mind was changed, how would you look at those actions and events? Because that's what I'm curious about to the Muslims in the chat. It's either you secretly are okay with it, right? You might not say it because you look like a terrible person, or you have some method of rationalizing. Do you just don't look at them as true Muslims? What is it that you say? Like,
I think those who don't look at advocates of violence as not true Muslims are often not really great Muslims themselves. I want to draw a distinction here. When we talk about some big terrorist organizations like Al Qaeda or ISIS, for example, that's a big divide. Those are groups that even the most religious Muslims around the world often reject and say they are horrible, they are terrible. Those people, those terrorist organizations have very few supporters. I have to be very fair there.
Okay.
But when it comes to like online harassing, bullying, or trying to condemn and kill Salman Rushdie or others, or beating up or burning people who threaten to burn the Quran, then most Muslims are not against that. And when I was a Muslim, my view was I would not go out there and start, saying terrible things and harassing people. But those who do, I understand, because they're doing it out of passion for the one thing that matters the most, which is your duty and your submission to Allah and your loyalty to Muhammad and to the Muslims. So, and if somebody was hurt or killed as a result of, offending Islam or the Muslims, I would not see that as something sad or unfortunate. I would rather think, well, this is well deserved, because that's what that's where your loyalties and your feelings lie.
So, okay, now I would say if you could boil down Christianity to one thing, like what it means to be Christian, it's love, right? And here's what I mean by that. When someone says you're being unchristian, it usually ties back to you acting in a way that is coming across as very unloving, right? That's a criticism I'll get. A perfect example is this on Twitter some time ago. This dude on Twitter. I'm just speaking my beliefs, my Christian beliefs. I'm not like spewing hate at anybody, but I'm just sharing my beliefs about the fish fry community. My chat knows who I'm talking about when I talk about the fish fry community, and this one random streamer just starts like coming at me mad, like disrespectful, and he's talking to me crazy. We live in the same place, and for a moment, I was like, yo, let's pull up. We can settle this differently. You know what I'm saying? We can settle this another type of way. All of a sudden, just a waterfall of, I thought you were Christian, bro. You were green. Like, they was jeering him on. They loved it when he was like watching one man disrespect another man. But as soon as the man that's getting disrespected says, oh, we can settle this like men if you want to. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, I thought you were a Christian. I imagine the response would have been the same if I was a devout Muslim.
Yeah, I can tell you directly, and many people who are here in the chat know exactly how it goes and how it actually went multiple times when Muslims do the same thing. The Muslim response would be actually cheering for the guy who offers to beat you up. I mean, we have many examples. Nobody should deny this. We have examples of Mohammed Hijab, and I don't know, Daniel Hikikichu on an occasion. I remember what's the guy's name, Yusha something, and others who many times have said, how about we just we organize a match and then we fight. How about I beat you up? You couldn't stand a chance against me. Mohammed Hijab, for example, he made those challenges against me and against others many times, and they get cheered on and celebrated for that because they represent the strength and toughness of Islam, and thereby humiliate and intimidate the opponents and the enemies of Islam, and that's somehow considered a great thing. So there is a very different mentality present.
So what? All right. So then, if it's not love, what would you boil down all of Islam to?
It's difficult to do that in a word, but I guess I would boil it down to fanaticism and submission, being a fanatic slave, and I mean, it is the Muslim idea that you are a slave, a servant to Allah, and that is your main mission. That's what you are in life. And on top of that, that is done in a very fanatical way.
Yeah.
And that's simply how I can summarize it. If somebody thinks I mischaracterize it, then tell me something else.
I was thinking that I didn't have the right word for it, but that's the essence that I was, thinking in my head, just this it's beyond being devout. It's beyond being like dedicated. It's something, it goes to an extreme point to where, it can be, your morality gets to fly out the window even, like that's what I would say is a difference, and why I bring up the point of like how if the situation with Muhammad and Aisha was, if we could find a similar situation in Christianity with Jesus, how I was like, I was ready to be like completely dedicated, but now it's crossed the point where in order to me to continue my dedication, I have to like put aside my morals. That is where I think, Christians stop, but Muslims keep going. Granted, Christians don't gotta stop because there's nothing like that in Christianity in regards to Jesus. But I
mean, my perspective is like when you talk about Christianity and how Christianity is summarized, like I would see it differently. I understand what you mean by love, which is not the fuzzy kind of love, but the the accepting form of love. But when I, as an outsider, look at Christianity, what I see is that Christianity is about two things, and don't take this the wrong way.
No, go. I love this. Go ahead.
About guilt and forgiveness. These are the two main themes that I see, and the one aspect that bothers me and that I find a bit too much is the guilt part, which is like guilting yourself and others so much. But then the good side is the forgiveness side. With Islam, however, I don't see the same thing. I just see that there is more arrogance as opposed to the whole blaming yourself and blaming humans and finding yourself guilty. There is more of an arrogance and chest thumping, and then there is also the unforgiving, fanaticism, the hostility. And I have to say, I don't think that either way is the right way to go for me personally, and I don't identify with them, but I definitely prefer one over the other by far, and would choose that one over and over again over the other, and I definitely wouldn't choose Islam.
Yeah, I can definitely so we've been dunking on Islam, and you're gonna continue to dunk on Islam, and if I need to dunk on them from time to time, I will do that. But I'm now definitely I'm kind of tired of Islam at this point. So I definitely would love to switch the conversation into you talking about your views on Christianity. So could you, when you say that when you look at Christianity, you see it more, instead of love, you see it more as a back and forth between guilt and forgiveness. Could you expand on that one a little bit?
Yeah, I see kind of It's very funny, this whole live stream. I was supposed to talk about Sneeko and his interaction with the 3 Muslims, but we are far off that now. But yeah, when I look at Christianity, so I spent quite some time, learning about it, trying to understand it, trying to, put myself in the position of a Christian. I'm married to a former Christian. I'm surrounded by Christians and all that. But so what I see is that Christianity has taught people this whole idea from the very beginning that humans are ultimately sinful, and that you don't deserve anything good, that you are just terrible, and that God only gives you good things because he wants to, because of his grace, but you yourself actually don't deserve anything. You are a very sinful, terrible being, and you are basically naturally guilty. And the good side of that which I see is you also learn to therefore forgive, because everybody is naturally sinful and guilty. They don't know, so you've learned to forgive each other and to somehow live a balanced life, a peaceful life. That's what I see. I just find it problematic from my perspective to think of myself and of humanity in general as naturally sinful and guilty. I just don't think that is right. But then again, I don't have the Christian belief and theology which justifies the whole idea that you are naturally guilty. So
Yeah, when I look at it, why I agree with like everybody is naturally sinful, and here's where I think people would say, oh, that's unfair, right? Because we're all born like that and nobody chooses that. But when, like you say, when you understand the history behind it, if you are to believe what the Bible says, which I do, that is not how God made us. He made us perfect. He made us sinless. And then he gave us the ability to make decisions. And our forefathers made a decision that essentially ruined creation. It plunged the world into sin, and the creation was ruined at that point. And when you look at it from the perspective of the creator, right? Whenever, let's say you were to make something like a vase, right? A clay pot, and it fell and broke, and it's now ruined. Our natural inclination is to throw it away.
Yeah.
But instead, God has given us a pathway to redemption. And so that's where I see it as like an act of grace and mercy, because the moment the creation became ruined, he had every right to throw it away all and be done with it. And I think the problem that arises in the minds of a lot of people is that who aren't believers is they're looking at it from their own like selfish perspective. Because you have consciousness, because you have that self-awareness, you believe, no, like I have feelings, I matter, right? But you have to come to the realization that you were created for a purpose of serving that which created you, and then you're broken. You've deviated from what you were designed to do. So when I look at it from that perspective, I don't know, to me it seems like an incredibly loving like situation.
I understand why you would see that. My problem with that is my problem with that would be that you cannot by definition create a perfect creation that is free from sin, but that creation then somehow becomes sinful and imperfect. They wouldn't become that way if they were indeed not sinful and not imperfect. So if my creation somehow fails and becomes all messed up and dirty, if you want to call it that, then that would mean that I conditioned them to become that way, and that I did something wrong which led them to become that way at some point. It would be as the almighty and all-knowing creator in my hand to create beings that would never ever fall into that and never corrupt themselves, because they would be incorruptible if I make them incorruptible. If I make them corruptible and if I make them prone to corruption, then they will at some point become corrupt, and that is not on them, it's on me, because I didn't really prevent that from happening to begin with. So to then say, you guys are guilty, and now you have to make a choice, and if you don't make the right choice, then you'll be punished, then that would also be on me. Because if I really wanted no punishment, no suffering, no evil, if I really just wanted love and salvation, then I would simply create a world and a creation in which evil doesn't exist, sin doesn't exist, corruption doesn't exist, suffering doesn't exist, and in which my creation, which I conditioned to become flawed, will not be punished for their flaws. So I think that would be perfection. I just find it kind of self-contradictory, the whole idea of God being perfect and creating this uncorrupted creation.
Yeah, no, and from that perspective, how you're saying it makes perfect sense. If the creation was initially perfect, then that perfect creation wouldn't plunge itself into sin because it's perfect. But again, I think that's coming again from the perspective, our human perspective. I believe, and this might sound a bit crazy, but I believe God intended for things to unfold exactly the way that they unfolded. Again, for the sake of his glorification. And so, though he did make us perfect, he at the same time willed everything to go exactly the way that it did go, because in his infinite wisdom, it would lead to even more of his own glorification. And so it definitely is one of those, like, I would say they're different. The deeper you get into studying Christianity, like those more, like that's not a cut I would give to somebody. Like that's not a topic I would explore with someone, not you, but like, so let's say someone who's just like has no idea, because on the surface, it seems like it doesn't make sense. But I feel like one of the challenges that you have to overcome as a Christian is getting to the realization that none of it, absolutely none of it, has anything to do with you. None of it has anything to do with what you like, what you want, what would make you happy. All of it has to do with glorifying God. Because if we are to believe that God is this all-powerful, all-knowing being, then to suggest that Adam and Eve did something that God didn't want them to do, you would be suggesting that they defied his will.
Exactly.
Right? His will be done. And so, because yeah, this is something I definitely had to like explore in getting into the faith. And what made sense for me is this is exactly what he wanted.
But why? Here's the thing, that there are some Christian perspectives, of course, that because of this whole idea, go on and radicalize that whole thought of predetermination and say, you know what, nothing is actually in your hands. God, from the very beginning, wrote out everything and decided who will believe and who will not believe, and who will go to heaven and who will go to hell. And others, most Christians, I would say, kind of reject that and have a more a perspective that is closer to a human role in self-determination and free will. But I feel like it is inevitable, if you think it through, to conclude that God, in his eternal wisdom and his eternal power, must have known from the very beginning everything that will happen and everything that his creation will result in. So if he wanted to truly create beings of love, out of love, for love, and if he really hated evil and suffering and sin, then he himself would not create a world in which there is evil and suffering and hate and sin. If that is the one unforgivable thing to him for which he simply cannot forgive you, like, for example, I am an atheist. Let us say, by the way, I don't look at this from my own perspective. I'm really just thinking about the logic of it, in theology from God's perspective. Let's say I am.
I'll say this. Like, and this is why, like, the Muslims in the comments is no. I have no problem. I always want to find the truth. I am a Christian not because I just picked it and I'm now being dogmatic. Christianity, as far as I've been able to understand with my mind, makes the most sense out of everything. Christianity makes the most sense. So please, by all means, like, go wherever you want to go with this conversation. I would love for, us to maybe uncover things I maybe haven't considered as yet. But in my experience, Christianity makes the most sense. But all right, as you were saying,
I understand that. I completely understand. I appreciate that. So my view would be, let's say I am an atheist, the way I am right now. But let us say, for the sake of the argument, that I am a very good person who, takes care of others, who loves people, who just, takes so much time out of his life to help others, and who doesn't do anything that is considered reprehensible by Christian morals, for example. But I end up being an atheist and die despite learning about Christianity all my life and thinking, I'm sorry, but this is just not true. I just can't believe that this is right.
Sure.
So that's how I die. But somebody else is a Christian, and for the sake of the argument, is not such a great person, and just just doesn't care, but also believes in the true God of Christianity by Christian standards, and ends up dying as a Christian. Now, that person will have died as a Christian and will have done what God wanted him to do, which is to believe in him and to be saved thereby. Whereas I, despite living a pretty good life, would not find him because I'm simply unconvinced. Now, by what we learn from Christian teachings, that apathetic Christian guy would be saved, but I, as a non-Christian who just rejects God, would not be saved and would be condemned, whatever it is, simply for one unforgivable sin which God absolutely hates, and that is disbelief, rejection, which he just cannot accept. That's the worst thing. But then, why? Was it really up to me? Was it really up to, is it really my fault to come and say, hey, belief in God is actually dumb and bad, and I don't like it, and I don't want it. That's why I'm not going to believe in it. Was that really my conclusion? Or did I say, hey, I just don't see it. I just don't think it makes sense. If I did not understand it, if I couldn't make sense of it and couldn't be convinced and couldn't believe in it, then how is that my fault? It looks like it's not really my fault because I didn't intentionally do something wrong. I just came to the wrong conclusions, maybe out of ignorance, maybe because my brain doesn't work very well. Would I really be judged for that? And by traditional Christian teachings, I would be judged for that. But then why? Wasn't that God's creation too? Wouldn't it be very simple for him to simply make me a Christian instead of letting me exist and fall into the sin that he absolutely hates, despite him creating humanity for love? I just don't think that is I don't think that all of this is consistent with the idea that he wants to create humans for, out of love or for his own glory, and that he wants to save everybody.
Yeah, so that was very Well said, but complex, right? You put down you put a lot, you loaded a lot up on that plate for me. You feel me?
I could simplify that a lot. Yeah, that was very
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so let me try and knock that down like piece by piece as best as I understand it, right? So first and foremost, we always have to be careful of not making the mistake of using our personal morality as the metric of, you know, what. Because first, all right, the first step is you have to be willing to entertain the idea that there is a creator, right? That's the first step to making any of this make sense. You have to be willing to for me to answer this question, you have to be willing to say, okay, let's say that there is an all-powerful, all-knowing, you know, intelligent being that created everything, including us, right? So you have to humor me that at least for this anything I say going forward to make sense. All right. So if this said creator exists, then the only moral standard that matters is his. The laws that he set in place, the only moral standard that matters is his moral standard. So it really doesn't matter if by your measurements you're a good person when compared to somebody else. It doesn't matter. All that matters is what is important to him and what does he see as good and bad. Now, he's been so kind to us that even give us more or less an instruction manual, you know, a book that tells us exactly where he stands on everything, what is important to him, what isn't important to him. You know what I'm saying? And he's told us, he came as a human being and told us verbatim the most important law of all the laws is to love the Lord God with all your heart, mind, and soul, not to put anything above him or before him. That much we know. So for entertaining that he exists and he gave us a book and he told us with his own mouth what he cares most about, that comes number one, regardless of, you know, you might think, oh, well, it should count more that I give to the poor. It should count more that I'm kind to people. It should count more that ultimately that is what he cares about the most. And so from that perspective, you know, I hope you can understand why the Christian, the person who believes in God is, and again, also remember, all of us continue to sin. All of us continue to sin against God. He doesn't send us to hell for sin. He sends us to hell for not believing, because we've all earned our place in hell. We've all broken the law already, so that's already a given. So at this point, you getting in is not even really about you sinning, because it's already a given. You're going to fall short and you're going to sin. So at this point, it's just about, do you believe? So that answers that question as best I can. But let me add this, because in your example, you put the, you know, atheist but morally upright person compared to the, you know, by average societal standards, right? You're kind of
by Christian standards, actually. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. By even Christian standards, right? You know, you're a morally person, upright person to a degree. I mean, we all still continue to sin. The true Christian standard is God's standard, and all of us continue to fall short of God's standards. You know, even if do you ever get angry at somebody?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know, so that in doing that, you're falling short of the standards of God. And so, okay, but by modern societal standards, right, you are a morally upright person. But in your example, you said an apathetic Christian. So someone who truly believes, but is, for, you know, more or less like a whatever person, not really a right? Truth be told, is someone who truly believes cannot be apathetic. That is a contradiction, because someone who truly believes has the Holy Spirit within them, and that Holy Spirit is constantly compelling them to do the will of God. The will of God, you cannot be apathetic in that sense. So there's that component to it as well.
But
So,
that's not entirely true, right? I mean, you must know that there are lots of Christians who do believe in God, and they really do believe, but they are just not. They're not very good
the
in
book
in how they live life, how they treat others, how they treat themselves, how they act in the world. I mean, it was just a hypothetical of thinking that one person is a very great person but doesn't believe, and the other is, let's say, a terrible person or a not so great person but also believes.
So, all right. So here's what the book of James says. The book of James says that faith without works is dead. So this idea that there are Christians out there who truly believe, but they're not, living the life of a Christian. They're not embodying the traits of a Christian, and, they're not doing the things that God has commanded them to do and behave the way that God has commanded them to behave. That person isn't Christian, even if they say they believe. And that's something that I feel very comfortable saying. Some people would call them lukewarm Christians. Some people would call them false believers, whatever they want to be called. The point at the end of the day is they're not Christian.
But that's just a matter of difference in opinion, isn't it? Because you would say that they are not real Christians, or that they would not be immediately saved. The general Protestant perspective, for example, is that faith is what saves you. And even if you are, according to other religious doctrines, part of Christianity, it is that faith alone is not enough, but eventually you would, pay for your sins and then go to heaven because you believed in the truth. Or I guess in Orthodoxy, for example, there are some certain ideas such as that you go to a place where you are then individually judged again. But in the end effect doesn't change. It is that it is faith that saves you, whether it is in this life or in some later evaluation. Faith is what saves you. Without faith, you can be the best human ever. You are simply lost and gone. And why? I mean, I don't think that's logically consistent.
So the way that I've come to understand it through reading the Bible is following up with the faith without works is dead. Works is the evidence of faith. So it is literally impossible to have faith and the evidence not present itself. Now, you're 100% right that you are saved by your faith. You are saved by your belief in God. And it is completely a gift of grace. It is not something that you earn. It's not something that you can train up to or get better at something or do something more of something and then boom, no, and you're saved. No, it is 100% a gift from God. However, there is evidence that you do have the faith. And so that evidence is the transformation that we see happening within the Christian, heart, mind, and soul. And so that is a surefire way how to evaluate whether or not someone truly has faith, is this transformation that, yes, I agree, does take place over time. It's not like you give your life to Jesus and you truly believe today, and by tomorrow you're neck and neck with the most seasoned Christian, like you become this amazing God-sent person overnight. No, the faith is something that definitely matures over time, and so the evidence ripens over time. The fruits of the Spirit ripen over time. However, that change should be evident over time. So someone who, let's say, in your example that you gave me, I imagined like, a man in his, mid 50s who's been going to church for 20, 30 years. And he kind of is just like this dead being. This right. He's like, he doesn't embody anything when you think of like a warm Christian.
Yeah.
I would argue that that man is not Christian. I would argue if you cannot see, just because he says with his mouth, I believe, and he goes to church every Sunday and maybe you read scripture every once in a while, that does not, to me, you're not Christian.
That's
I
even
think
worse to me.
Yeah,
That's
to
even
me,
worse, though.
you know, based on my understanding of what I've read in the Bible, like the average Christian greatly underestimates what true belief looks like, what true commitment to the faith looks like. I actually believe that if you have become saved, if you were once unsaved, if you once did not believe, and then you now believe, and you have never been compelled to share the word of God with anyone, to evangelize to any degree. Maybe you're not the guy to get a box and put it up in the middle of the park and start preaching to people, or start a YouTube channel. But if you've never been compelled to, you know, tug on the shirt of a friend or, you know, a family member that you care about and like tell them about what you've experienced, in my opinion, you're not saved.
Okay, here's the issue that I have. Now, you talked about how people actually go to hell for not believing, not for not for not for anything else. So ultimately, it comes down to not believing, which is the great sin that we are talking of. And if you do believe, then you will also embody the Christian, you know, way, and that's what God demands from you. You're supposed to be, you're supposed to love Him and believe Him, in Him, and all that. Now, you said that. You said that even if you claim to be a Christian, but you don't really practice and don't really care about Christianity, that is also not enough. Now, all of this, however, doesn't really answer the main problem. The main problem would be that somebody who does not believe in Christianity and somebody who is not a good Christian, or somebody who doesn't become a good Christian because he's not convinced, or because he can't convince himself to care enough, that person would be punished. And I don't think that person himself is actually at fault for being a non-Christian, for being a non-believer, for failing to believe and failing to love God. It is, I think, God Himself who programs that, and God Himself who is ultimately responsible for the failure of the human to love Him and to believe in Him. Like, I want to ask you, can I ask you a series of questions just to make my point, to go from the whole believing?
Yeah.
For example, you said that a human would go to hell for not believing.
Lack of faith.
If we can just go very with short answers and short questions to get somewhere. Why would somebody go to hell for not believing?
Why would someone go to hell for not believing?
Yeah.
Because that is what God has designed us to do. God has designed us to glorify Him, and you cannot glorify something you don't believe in.
Okay, and why did the person who doesn't believe end up not believing?
Because God has willed it to be so. That's the ultimate answer, really, when you boil it down.
So God Himself willed it so that the person who doesn't believe would not believe. And that person then went to hell for not believing. And why did God willed it that the person would not believe?
So that it could sharply contrast with the mercy and grace of those who do believe, that He has extended to those who do believe. Because all belief is a gift of grace. All belief is a gift from God. Because in our fallen, sinful state, we all hate God, right? The Bible says there is not a good man that walks the earth. There's not a righteous man that walks the earth. All goodness is a result from God. And so ultimately, when you boil it down, which is the reason why I cannot, like, there's nothing I can say to convince somebody and it saves them. Ultimately, it just comes down to whether or not God has called upon them, honestly. Now, there is an aspect to it. There is like an aspect to it that I'll admit that even I am still trying to like wrap my head around. The way how I look at it, right, is, okay, I wish. Oh, I can actually share this screen. Let me show you because I want to draw it on my
sure.
iPad.
Sure.
And I'll try not to be too, lengthy or how
Okay.
let me turn on this camera. And then let me change the camera that you're seeing. OBS virtual camera. No. Okay. Okay, beautiful. That's the
Nice.
camera you're seeing, right? Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. So this is currently where I'm at with it, how I understand things. Right? So there is everybody, right? Let's say this box represents all people, right?
Mhm.
Then out of this people, God has selected a subset of these people who he will call upon, right?
Mhm.
Of this subset of people, and this is where the part where I'm still trying to figure it out, there is a smaller subset of people who will actually accept his call. You understand? So
Yeah.
there's this entire region out here who were always destined to go to hell. That's what I believe. I know some Christians disagree with this. This is like predestination, predetermination, but I truly do believe this. I believe that there are those people who are always going to go to hell. The reason why, and again, the only way you can come to grips and to terms with this. Now, remind you, these people, it's not like they're out here like, oh, I want to be a Christian, but God won't let me believe. These are the people who hate God. These are the people who are like, yo, God is like, like it's nonsense that, maybe they're atheists, maybe they're Muslim, maybe they're, believe in some other thing, whatever. They hate God. They hate him completely. So it's not like they feel like they're missing out on the party. They just don't know no better. So they're always destined to go to hell. My rationale for that, the reason why, is because in order to truly appreciate the grace and mercy of this God, this group of people that does become saved, that are saved by God, it contrasts so sharply with the justice, the just punishment that these people receive, because, and this is the thing that you have to remember as someone who might not believe, this entire group all deserved punishment. Everybody already deserves punishment. So the fact that he will save anybody exemplifies his grace and his mercy. And this group right here, I mean, I've kind of drawn all over my thing, but this group right here that we're called upon but didn't accept, this is the only area that I am still like exploring. This is the only area that I'm still trying to like figure out.
But here's the issue. So you told me that those people who don't believe and who then, because of disbelief, end up in hell, go there because Allah willed it. Sorry, God willed it. That that's funny that I'm stuck there. God willed it that that they would not believe. I actually kind of drew that with you here while you were doing that. So
Okay. Yeah.
So these people, they receive their just punishment. They would never believe. These people would also never. These people also originally don't deserve to be saved, but God saves them out of His grace and mercy. But you also said that God willed it so that those who go to hell do not believe. According to that, isn't it God Himself, though?
No. I was just messing with some of my Streamlabs. Could you say that one more time? So you highlighted the box of like everyone. We agree. Everybody deserves just punishment for our sinful nature, right?
But yeah, but if some of these people go to hell because they did not believe, and if it was God's will that they would not believe, then does that not mean that God himself ultimately decided that these people would never believe and never be saved to begin with, and created them despite that fact? So he basically created these people bound for hell, while creating other people who would be lucky and would be, bound to go to heaven just because he wants it. So it's all his will. So these people actually don't ultimately have any choice in that.
Yes. Yes, I believe that 100%. And I was gonna say something, but yeah, I think you got it right. I think you got it 100% right.
But
Yeah.
that means that there is no real free will then, because it's then God himself ultimately decides everything, and this would mean necessarily that
Mhm.
God created beings just for hell, beings whose only purpose it is to simply disbelieve, to sin, and to eternally suffer for
Yeah.
no other reason. So God eventually created what he hates and what
Mhm.
he detests, what he does not want, and what he will punish forever, despite the fact that God hates it and God wants everyone to be saved.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense. It's self-contradictory.
What was contradictory about it?
But what's contradictory is that if God would give everyone a chance, and if God wanted everyone to be saved, and if God desired love and was absolutely against sin and disbelief and hate and suffering, and he is almighty, then he would not purposefully create the exact same thing that he hates, and would not make it, would not abstain from doing the very thing that he actually wants to do, which is to save human beings and make them experience his glory.
All right, so that's where that's a thing I don't agree with. I don't believe that God wants to save everybody, because if he did, he would, because he's all powerful. How can an all powerful being be incapable of doing something? This idea of, he is beholden to free will. God would not be beholden to anything at the expense of something that he really desired. If that's what it means to want something. And I'm gonna switch back my camera just so I'm not sure. Oh wait, yeah, switch back my camera real quick.
I should come back to.
Yeah. God, if we are to agree that this creator is all powerful and boundless, then what does it mean to want something? It means if you could will it, it would be, right? To desire something. If you could will it, it would be. So if God wanted to save everybody, he would, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't. The reason he doesn't is because and again, I am basing what I am saying off of scripture I've read, sermons I've listened to, but now we are definitely more in like Don mode, more like how I've come to terms to understand these things. Because what I believe happens is a lot of Christians, they are satisfied with just like, I believe in God has revealed himself to me, I have my salvation, I'm gonna read my Bible and da. And then when it comes to ideas like this, they don't bother trying to figure it out. But I love thinking about stuff like this,
Yeah. I see a lot of people in the chat say, Don got it wrong. We have free will. This is Calvinism. Others say you got it right, and this is actually the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah,
so people are very split on this.
Yeah, and this is something that people are very split on, and I dare say, I would say I'm a Calvinist. At first, I would say that I wasn't a Calvinist. As I understand it, I don't know if I agree wholeheartedly on all of the points of Calvinism, but I do believe that I don't believe in free will in the way that it is thought of in modern like pop culture dialect, how they say free will. Obviously, like yes, I have free will in the sense I just chose to do that, surely, right? I chose to get on this call with you, surely. But in the sense of, as a Christian, all of these things can't be true at the same time. You can't be given, faith cannot be a gift of grace whilst at the same time being something that you chose to do. The thing that compels you to love God is the Holy Spirit. Remember, prior to the Holy Spirit having residence in you, there is no righteousness within you. So God has to first penetrate you for you to even start to have the desire to seek him. You know what I mean? Like, nothing changed. When I look at my conversion to Christianity, my awakening, nothing changed about me as a person from like the day before to the day after. Nothing that I can point to saying that was something I did. You know, something had to do a work within me for me to even be drawn to the Holy Spirit and or to scripture. I know I'm kind of going on like a bit of a tangent here, but like the main point is, yes, I agree that God has already selected who will be saved. Whether the only thing that I'm not 100% like firm on at this point in time is I do believe that it's possible for God to call on you and for you to ignore it. That I think there is a thing there, but I do believe that there were some people who were never going to be saved. They were just never going to be saved ever.
Okay. I just want to very quickly ask you just a final thing just on that point, because I have something in mind that I think is kind of the crux of the whole problem that I have with that. Let's say I'm just going to give again a human example just to make it more easily understandable what I'm kind of getting at. But let's say that I am an all-powerful, almighty being. Nothing exists, and I decide to create this big box or big building, and I decide to, out of my own glory and might, create beings that will live in there and that will eventually join me. Now I create them and I send them some messages and say, hey, you were created by God and this and that. Find me, believe in me, you will be saved, I will glorify you, and so on. That's what I say, and I leave them with that. But the box is closed; they never actually see me. And I might send somebody in there and all that. But that's what I do. But now I'm waiting for those who heed the message and who eventually believe in me to be successful and to come out there, so I can glorify them and can take them to my wonderful place. But while doing that, I also create other beings that I put into that box. And those beings I create with the initial knowledge and intention that they will never believe, and I will therefore never take them out of there into my beautiful place. They will, however, go to a place of eternal punishment, which I also created just for that purpose. And it then all goes exactly as I planned it. Those who I wanted to take with me, they eventually see the message, they believe, and they come to me, and I would take them to heaven. The other ones that I created, knowing very well that they will never believe and they will go to hell, and that was my creation, end up disbelieving, and I then send them to that place of punishment that I created just for them. Why would I do that?
Because you're God and you chose to. I'm still curious. I know it sounds like, and this is something that like someone just said in the chat, Don's scared. I'm not scared at all. I have no problem with that model of God. Again, making the mistake that the morality that you've created, or your sense of morality that you like are comfortable with, and then restricting God to only be able to work in those parameters, is to remove God of his godhood. I have no problem with the fact that this is his story. Like how that would be like, all right, this might be trivializing it a little bit, But it's kind of like somebody watching like the Avengers and being like, well, if Thanos, if what's the purple dude name? Is it Thanos?
I never watched Avengers.
Oh, you never watched the Avengers?
I never watched any of the
Thanos,
superheroes.
guys. Is it that? Yeah, I think it's Thanos. If someone look, all right, wow, what's something else you could like relate to? All right, doesn't matter. Like someone makes a movie and there's a good guy and a bad guy and a lot of innocent people die.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like you looking at that and like, why did the director just not write the bad guy into the movie? You know, like wouldn't it be better if all the good guys just lived and all the innocent people live? But that would be a boring movie, right? So I'm not saying God made the universe like this to entertain himself. Instead, he made it to glorify himself. And so for whatever reason, I do not claim to understand the rationalization of God. That's why he says, lean onto me and not unto your own understanding, right? And just accept reality and accept the universe for the way that he has made it. God has set everything is to his will. And I have some angry Christians in here, but I'm just saying you haven't thought about this. I know you haven't. And this is a problem that you would run into if you were to try and debate with a guy like Apostate Prophet Apostate Prophet, because Christians who are unafraid to come here where I am right now don't have any answer for you that makes sense. But this answer does make sense.
I think the
way that it is, because this is how God wants it to be for his glorification.
Yeah, but people who do defend the idea of free will and who disagree with your part, as much as you might not want to believe it, they actually come up with a similar explanation, but they also in the end just say that this is God's will and that it happened so for a reason that is beyond our comprehension. But I just want to point out one thing, which is it was a nice analogy with the superheroes and the movies and all that. The one difference is only, like, I can create games, I can play games, and in a game I can like massacre entire populations for fun, but it's just because it's entertainment. But that is entertainment, and the feelings and the realities there don't really exist. The difference here is that in this world, I and you and all the disbelievers and those who end up not believing and going somewhere based on our choices in our lifetime as a result of a very old test, we are actually real, and suffering is real and forever. And there was no reason for God to do this. And if he did do this, then it is kind of it doesn't depict God as he is portrayed as a just God who is really who created us for a good purpose. You know?
So, okay, so here's my response to that. All right. Do you own a pet?
Yeah.
What do you have? A dog, a cat?
Yeah, a dog. I have a dog.
Okay, right. Have you ever stopped that dog from doing something that it wanted to do?
Yes, sure.
So, and here's another thing. Do you eat meat?
Yeah.
You don't think those animals have feelings?
Of course, I do. I do think they feel the pain when they are slaughtered.
Exactly. I mean, if you ever like interacted with animals or been on a farm, these animals have a degree of consciousness.
Yeah.
They have feelings. They are like, they form relationships with their peers. But yet you feel perfectly morally upright, eating a chicken sandwich or scolding your dog for doing something natural like barking or relieving itself when it wants to relieve itself. Why? Because you are above these things. You have dominion over these things. Their sense from their perspective, their sensibilities of right and wrong, right, don't matter to you. All that matters is what you want. And so similarly, all that matters is what God wants, because he has complete dominion over us, regardless of what we think is fair, of what we want, of what we feel, of what we like. It doesn't matter. This is what true submission really looks like. This is what is like they say Islam means submission. No, this is what true submission looks like. It's coming to the full realization that you do not matter outside of God's purpose and use for you.
Okay, here's the problem with that. I also do the same thing to my child. I don't eat him, but I take him to a dentist, for example, or to a doctor, which he really doesn't want to do because he just has to go there because it's for his own good, right? Or I tell him severely not to do something that he really wants to do because there are certain conditions that need to be met. I need to introduce rules and whatever it is. The same way I might scold my dog. I might just, like, yell at him and say stop barking. But I do these things only out of necessity. When I go and eat meat, for example, now you could have a different perspective on whether eating meat is necessary or not, but I think it is part of my what I consider necessary nutrition. I do all of these things just as a means for a specific end. If I could, for example, make it possible for my child to live a perfectly happy life without any interference from my side, I would immediately make it possible. But I only need to take him to the doctor where pain is caused, or take him to the school where he must go, because I am in the same world as him, and my abilities and powers are limited, and I must use my authority here to do something. If I was God, I wouldn't have any necessities. I could just do whatever I want. And if I was God, it would be strange to choose to make people suffer, make people get hurt or slaughtered and die and all of that. Because in that case, it wouldn't be a necessity. In that case, it would be entirely, purely my choice to do that. And then coming and saying that I'm actually all good and all just, and your purpose is to believe and all that, but I don't actually do anything about it, and I make you suffer and I let you suffer. I don't think that is conceivable or consistent. But hey, I don't know. You can you can say more to that if you want to. I feel like we'll go on with this forever.
I mean, yeah, it is something that, like, there is no answer, like, down this like path I'm taking you. There is no answer that will suffice, because the only answer you will accept is something that makes sense to you. Something that makes sense. And I don't even mean like, I know I imagine you understand my perspective from a logical perspective.
Sure, yeah. I just think it's not. I think it's logically inconsistent. You think that my perspective is that I don't see it. I think you don't see it, and we are stuck here. But that's the thing.
No, I feel like I see it because that's how I used to like look at the world. That's how I used to look at it, is like in terms of look at God. It's like, okay, that's because it all boils down to, you think it's unfair. If we can something, you think it's unfair, right?
I don't actually think it's unfair. I mean, unfairness is not the problem that I have. The problem is more that there is a difference in looking at the problem of evil and the problem of hell, where you could say it's unfair, or you could say it is inconsistent with, how God is portrayed in scripture and all that, or it's inconsistent with an all-powerful being to do something that he doesn't want to do, or all that. I think my problem is more related to the logical aspect rather than the moral aspect of the story. I just don't think it is coherent that God would, create all of this, which he actually hates and doesn't want to create for no reason.
And my argument is that he did want to create all of this. My argument is that he did intend for everything to unfold the way that it has unfolded. That is, any other answer would make God not all powerful. Any other answer would mean that he is his desires and what he wants is not supreme. There is something more, and the idea that the free will of a measly human, right? supersedes the desires of an all-powerful, all-knowing being that created said humans. It just doesn't make any sense. So the things are the way that he wants it for his glorification. What is good isn't based on what you think is good. What's good? Good, by good, the definition of good is in alignment with God's will. That is true good. True good is in alignment with God's will. So God is always good, because anything he does, even him casting judgment on people and having the earth swallow people up into the ground, that's good because he willed it. Anything that he does and desires is good. And any that's why our deviation is from his will is sin. That is what true sin is. That is to go in deviation of God's will. Now we have our own, we've built our own. Our morals is some kind of hybrid between our selfish desires and our desire to stay alive and God's will. That is why I believe the average person's like more, it's some mixture of the two, and which is why some people struggle with this even after becoming Christian, struggle with this concept, because it contradicts their innate selfish, self-important worldview. And it's something I struggle with, and I know some people disagree with me, and that's fine. Any Christians here listening thinking that I'm somehow getting in the way of God's plan, you're contradicting yourself. Nothing I can say should be able to deviate God's plan. Nothing I should say can say going to harden the heart of somebody towards God. If God will, that completely flies in the face of the idea that your salvation was a gift of grace alone. It's all up to him. And so,
that's exactly what I think when Muslims say stuff like you're leading people astray and all that. Like, is it really, man? I mean, am I that powerful?
Right. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just simply don't agree with that, I just simply don't agree with that. But yeah, man. Yeah. Which is why to me, it's a way less stressful life as a Christian to understand this, because one, you don't get bent out of shape when you can't convert somebody or convince somebody of your faith. You realize that this is not your job. Your job is the reason I evangelize is not because I feel like it is my job to convert people or convince people. I evangelize because I am following my purpose, which is to glorify God. And that's where the beauty of, because you have to understand, could you make a human eye if I asked you to?
No.
Okay.
Me personally, no.
Right. I'm saying whatever is intelligent enough to make all of this, the entire universe, we have to appreciate that we're not on that level, right? Simply, we can't. If you're humoring there being a god, you have to be able to come to, if you can't make the least of his creation, who are you to try and understand him? I mean, most of us would get lost having a conversation with a guy like Albert Einstein or Elon Musk. You feel me? And these are nothing. There's nothing compared to that which created everything. So, I don't get too bent out of shape about not being able to like fully grasp or understand why he operates in the way that he operates. But
I just think I think human morality is a social construct that came into existence out of necessity, where humans combine their will to live, their will to survive, and their will to be well and look out for their own well-being, with the necessity of coexisting with other humans who also have the same will. So in order to live as a society, people established morals, which they then kind of started to see as divinely as divine instructions, I would say. And in all honesty, I would say, from my perspective, as I would see it, you might say that you talk about Christianity or evangelize because you think it is your purpose. I would say I honestly believe that you are doing this because you want to share your truths, just as I want to share my truths with the world, because I feel like that gives me purpose, just as your actions, your preachings give you purpose. And you think you could do something with your preachings and you could share your truth with people. And I have very much the same mission. Of course, we have different perspectives of how we view our motives there. You have different perspectives on your motives. I have different perspectives on my motives. The one thing that I do think is a problem is, in order to understand what God really wants and how God really operates, you said too that we first need to accept that there is a God, for the sake of the argument. I think the big problem here is that it is hard for somebody to come to the conclusion that there is a God. That alone needs a lot of building of arguments on top of each other in order to build the foundation, and then to say, okay, there is a God, now let's figure out what this God wants. And I think that it's not in most people's hands to actively decide whether they want to believe in that God or not. I think people are very much influenced and conditioned by their environments, by their genetics, by their upbringing, their family, friends, and so on. Most of us who are Christians are just Christians because of a Christian environment or series of events. Same goes for Muslims, Hindus, atheists even, and others. And I just think the idea that free will does not exist because free will is incompatible with an all-knowing God is, I think, very accurate. It's a very accurate assessment. The difference here is that I say, for that reason, I don't think God is real, because there is then no point in God creating all of us. And I think, from my understanding of the scripture and of all the teachings, I think God's purpose is to create people in order to, make them believe and save them. And to
Wait,
make them
God's
do his
purpose or God's
sorry, God's desire. Yeah, God's
Okay,
desire.
Mhm.
And you are then on the other side, and you agree also that free will doesn't is not compatible with the all-knowing Almighty God. But you say that is just what God wants, because God can do whatever He wants. It is His will, and we accept it as it is. So now we are on two different sides of the same thing, and now we can start another conversation about this, which can go on for 5 hours, in which we will figure out which one is right.
I mean, and feel free to I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation, so feel free to tap out anytime you want. I usually stream for 4 to 6 hours. Well, I'm kind of talking about the 6th part. I'm trying to get up to that level, but yeah, it's only been a couple hours, so I'm down to keep going. And
I was supposed to leave a while ago. I'm supposed to go. But
yeah, just to close on your statement about you think it's difficult to come to the conclusion that God is real. My response to that is God is the most logical conclusion you can come to, because how did the universe itself, right? When we look, you have nothing, no evidence, nothing you can look to in your experience, to anything you can observe in reality where something is able to manifest itself. It just doesn't. You have no evidence of that. However, we have evidence. I mean, it's perpetual. When we see something, when we observe something, we know that something put it there. We know that something made it, right? You never come across something and just think it just got there by itself. And so the best argument you have for creation is a creator, because if we are going to agree that time is real, that would implicate that there must have been a starting point, right? I mean, atheists believe this too. They call it the Big Bang. The only difference is, as I understand it, the average atheist believes something that wasn't there, something complete that wasn't there in a place that didn't exist, then manifested itself as an explosion, an unintelligent explosion at that, which then from which all of order and you know, all the laws of physics, all the laws of, you know, everything of biology, everything just manifested itself randomly. Now, when we're able to observe, you've never seen anything chaotic yield something orderly. Like, you've never seen a tornado pass through a junkyard and on the other end is like a Boeing 747. You've never seen someone blow up a building and in place is a more beautiful building. But that is the argument that, you know, atheists make, is that something happened in a place that didn't exist using particles that didn't exist, and from that thing, that completely on its own randomly, and from it came all of existence and order. That makes no sense.
That's actually a misunderstanding of the situation, because the Big Bang is meant to be is meant to explain that everything that exists, so the entire universe, expanded from one point, and how we come to that, how scientists come to that conclusion, is looking at different factors, such as that there is a consistent change of heat waves around all the objects that we observe in the universe.
But that point.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's not just, this is where some people don't address. It's not just a matter of that there was nothing there, but there's also nowhere.
No, I'll get to that.
Okay.
So everything, the idea is that everything expanded from one certain point, but to say that there was absolutely nothing there, that there was nothing at all, is actually not entirely accurate, because you could say it was nothing because it is not considered space. It is not considered a space. It is not considered objects. There was nothing, like, you know, specific there, but rather that the expansion started from something that you would technically call almost nothing. For a better explanation of that, I would rather leave that to somebody who likes to understand and explain the Big Bang. But the idea there is not really that there was absolutely nothing and suddenly out of nothingness everything came into existence, but rather that that there is the most basic of things, the origin of everything, from which then the universe begins to expand. So something must precede all of this. And here is the issue. Now, you could say that there is no example of anything in the world that manifests itself and comes into existence by itself. But I think that's actually a flawed way of looking at things, because I could turn this around and say to you, is there anything in the universe? Can you give me an example of anything that entirely came into existence out of nothing? If you think that no, is there anything that came into existence entirely out of nothing? Not even the universe came into existence out of nothing. That's not our theory. It came into existence as a rearrangement of things. Everything that comes into existence today.
Where did those things come from?
Here is the thing. Everything that comes into existence today is also a rearrangement of things. So nothing actually comes into existence by itself. We don't have to go to the past and also look into something that came into existence by itself, or with the help of somebody else. All we have in the world right now is matter that exists. If you create a plane, you are merely using things that already exist and putting them together in order to create something else. Only in the example of God creating something out of nothing would there be an example of something coming into existence out of nothing with the help of God. But why would you go to that conclusion? Why would you, to begin with, assert that beginning, the creationist beginning, is where everything came into existence out of nothing? Why would you then suddenly appeal to that? Because in that case, you must argue that everything came into existence out of nothing, that only God was there, and he then, out of nothing, brought everything into existence. That is the theory. It is called creation out of nothing.
No. So it's not that God existed where there was nothing. God exists in a dimension, in a realm beyond our dimension, something outside of the confines of time, space, matter, energy. The reason we know this is because we can look at it on a smaller scale. The creation or the creator can never be bound by the creation. That is, the painter can never be bound by the canvas. The clay maker cannot never be bound by the clay. Whatever is being created needs to be completely outside the thing that is creating it. So time and space we know exist and at one point came into existence, and the very nature of not time suggests that there was a beginning point. For whatever created time must exist outside of the confines of time. Whatever created space must exist outside of the confines of space. This is something that you are not ever going to be able to logically fully comprehend, in the same way how if a square that was drawn on a piece of paper would never truly be able to comprehend something like a Rubik's Cube, because it may be able to conceptualize it on a degree, but it can never truly understand it. In the same way how we can kind of conceptualize the concept of eternity, of omnipresence, but we truly have no reference point to look at, to even though we can on paper define it and describe it, nobody really understands what it means to be eternal.
But you said that God created the universe, right? So he creates it.
Mhm.
Was there a time
He
where-
created time.
No, what was there a sequence before the universe existed in which the universe did not exist before God created it?
Yes. In the same way how like the Mona Lisa at one point in time didn't exist until it was painted, the universe didn't exist until it was created by that.
Sequences necessarily mean that there is time. If something, if only I exist, and then I bring something else into existence, then that means that there are sequences where at some point only I exist, and in the next point something else besides me exists because I created that. If we can say that that there is a moment where God did not create the universe yet and only he existed, then that necessarily implies that there is a sequence, which means time passed.
No, so God is eternal. So he exists that, like I said, that which is the creator cannot be bound by the creation. Something that is under the confines of time cannot then create time. And so whatever, so we have to look at, okay, what is the next level up? You know, like how we can look at what's the next level up from 2D, it's 3D. What's the next level up from time? It's timeless, it's eternity. And so it's not something that you're going to be able, for the same reason you can't wrap your mind around why God does what he does, like why he's created the universe to unfold the way it unfolds, because it doesn't make sense to you. If you could design God, or if you were God, you would operate in a different way. The same way that he doesn't make sense, eternity doesn't make sense. It's just too, it's something we just simply cannot truly appreciate or fathom to be all like to be I am, you know, like there, it's no was or to be, it is just there is. This is the nature of eternity, and it is only an eternal being that could make something that is, you know, limited, like a limited version or a diminished version of eternity, which would be time. In the same way how, you know, in order to create a painting, let's say this was a painting, I need to be able to manipulate it. I should be able to throw it away and be completely unaffected. Something that created time wouldn't be, if it was bound by time, couldn't also throw away time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so that is my, and here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this as if, oh, I have it all figured out, like I can explain eternity in a way for you to be like, oh yeah, now I get it. No one can understand it. Anything that, but I'm saying it's the best argument, because besides that, all you have is unintelligent, random. This is how I like to say it. It would be like if I told you, and do you like, is your like real name, like your real first name out there? Like, is that something that
Yeah.
Okay, what do people call you?
Redvan.
Oh, say that one more time.
It's Redvan.
Ridvan. Okay.
Yeah.
If I told you, Ridvan, I have $1 billion, a check with $1 billion that if you cash it in a bank, it will go through with your name on it, and it's yours to go get. What was the next question you would ask me? Where is it? And when I told you it's in Barbaloba, you'd be like, what is that? I'm saying Barbaloba is next to Kalamazoo. Like, I'm not saying I'm talking about a place that doesn't exist. Essentially, atheists are saying that the universe came into existence in Barbaloba. That's
Okay, here's the
essentially
issue.
you see, that's essentially
No,
what
no,
you're saying.
there's actually a difference here. Now, I could figure out, I could ask you where that place is, and I could insist on figuring the location out, figuring out whether that place is real or not. So going after the claim, going after the evidence, and arriving at the conclusion whether that thing is real or not, or where it is and where it is not. If I ask about the origin of the universe, I could again chase the evidence and come to the only conclusion which we actually have in science right now that is scientifically valid and accepted, which is it started from some point, but that's all we have. We don't know what exactly was before. So for us to come and say there was nothing, or there was this thing, or there was some dude who created it, or there was a god who created it, or there were people who created it, any of these claims are merely claims made which are not based on actual evidence which we have pursued and found. So all we know right now is it began to expand from a certain point. If we want to assert more than this,
How
we
do we
need
know
to
that?
back it. We need to back it up.
And that's some, and I've been giving you, like, I've actually, how do we know that it came from a certain point?
I mean, you can look up the evidences for the Big Bang, but it's a result of again heat measuring, calculating the distances of objects in the universe from each other, which seemingly keep going further apart from a certain from one direction. So and
So
when you
here's
reverse all of this, it looks like everything comes from one single point, which
Here's-
is why the strongest theory is that everything expanded from one point. Now, here's the thing. I know you will say, how do we know this? Here's the thing.
all right, but all right, keep going.
This is currently the strongest, most accepted scientific theory. With that said, in science, it is also kept open that no matter how sure we are that this is the most correct information, it could be that one day we are completely dumbfounded and we recognize that the reality was actually different, because what we do is we pursue evidence and we accept as the most reasonable explanation that for which there is overwhelming evidence, which is then called a scientific theory, which means in science it is an explanation of how something happened. So it could still turn out to be actually a little bit different.
Well, that one I believe that suggests that there is no real evidence if it can be, if we can come to the conclusion that it was completely wrong.
I wouldn't say completely wrong. I mean, evidence in this sense, actually, in scientific terms, would mean that evidence would be there are pieces of information that we can put together and thereby agree. Like if objects go further apart from each other, then it is concluded that they began to expand from a certain point. We can then support this with more pieces of evidence, such as that the heat on each of these objects consistently changes, and the original heat goes back to a certain point from which everything expanded, and so on. So there is multiple there are multiple pieces of evidence which are put together in order to come up with this theory.
So let me show you the problem I have with this concept. I believe this is known as this concept is known as what is it? It's not I think it's a subset of naturalism, like uniformitarianism. The problem with uniformitarianism is that it is based on making assumptions. Uniformitarianism is the where historical science has been born, right? So first, let's talk about the difference between historical science and observational science, because you're using the word evidence and proof and things like that, but truly we don't. You have historical and you have observational, right? Observational science is what gave us the iPhone, you know, what gives us vaccines, you know, what gives us the airplanes. This is observational science. Historical science is what anything that people pretty much use to try and tell us what happened in the past, to date the age of things. And the problem with historical science is that it relies upon initial assumptions, things that are unprovable. And really, ideology, whatever you're inclined to believe, like whatever you want to believe, like let's say you don't believe in God, that is one of the assumptions you're going to start based on. So it automatically rules out any answer that leads or concludes with divine intervention.
That's actually not correct. That is actually completely wrong, because you are starting on the opposite side here. It almost looks like you're actually projecting your own perspective onto it, because in order to say that we must reject a divine explanation by any means possible because there can't be a God, we would have to first come to the conclusion that there can be no God, which is why we must reject it. But that's not how it really works in science.
I'm not saying that is the essence of historical science. What I am saying, though, is if you start with that assumption, if you are an atheist, for instance, and you have already come to the conclusion that there is no God, you will not accept any answer. You will not settle for any answer through historical science that ends up with you having to say that there's a God. Now, you can be a theist that also is trying to engage in historical science, but the point I'm making is historical science, no matter how you look at it, is always going to be flawed, because there are certain you can't get away from the fact that without a time machine, you're always going to need assumptions to a degree.
Here's the issue.
I'm just laying this out for the people watching. I mean, would you disagree with anything I just said? How you would always need assumptions?
Mostly. Here's the thing. I, as an atheist, do not arrive at certain, conclusions or theories about the world because I'm an atheist. On the contrary, I am an atheist because I don't find that there is evidence for the existence of a God, and I don't think that the result of the research and the evidence that we have in order to explain the world around us shows us that God exists. If we somehow found evidence which leads to the conclusion that there is a God or that there is a creator, that would be eventually what I would end up with. So I don't start with that. I actually end up with that. I end there with that result.
All right. So here's why I don't agree with that. Do you know everything?
I don't.
Okay. And so if you don't know everything, you must then acknowledge that there is a possibility that the evidence of God resides in that space that you do not know, right?
Of course, yeah.
So to declare that you are an atheist is to say that you do not believe in God.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the point I'm making is you've come to a conclusion without being presented with all of the possible evidence.
No. It would mean that as a human, I have I play a role in the world where I figure out what is true based on what I'm shown, based on what I find out. If I pursue truth and all the evidence that I see leads me to there not being a God, or there are other things being true instead, then I think, okay, yeah, that's true. But you know what? I'm always open to new information and to new evidence. It does not mean that I need to look at everything possible in the world in order to come to a conclusion about something in the world. All I do as a human in this world is to form opinions based on pieces and pieces of information, and that's how I go forward.
So what I'm saying is the only way you can truly be an atheist is if it is founded in faith, if it is founded in a degree of belief that is unsupported by complete evidence. Because
that's not true, though.
Let me finish. And here's why I believe it is true, right? Here's why I believe it is true. I'm gonna switch my camera real quick, just
Mhm.
because I'm gonna get back away from the screen for a little bit. All right. So if you do not have all of the evidence, you cannot assert that God does not exist. You can say you don't believe God exists because in all of your experience in life, however long you've lived, you haven't come across anything that has compelled you to believe God is real. What I am saying is, at best, if you're going to be strict from a scientific point of view, is at best you can say you're agnostic. But the minute you say you're atheist, even though you've just acknowledged that the evidence of God possibly exists in somewhere that you haven't seen, you cannot definitively say that God does not exist.
That's a misconception of what atheist and agnostic actually is, because agnostic is actually a complicated philosophy, not just a position where you say, I don't know. It's actually the idea, the belief that you
All right,
cannot
let me ask you a
establish.
simple question and you can verify.
Okay,
Do
sure.
you know God doesn't exist, or do you
I don't-
believe God doesn't exist?
I believe that God doesn't exist, and I claim to know that God does not exist.
Well, to know suggests that there is no other possibility, in the
Well,
sense of you know 2 + 2 = 4. You're not guessing that 2 + 2 = 4. You don't think to, you know that there is no other answer that can come at the end of that equal sign than 4.
no, it would actually mean that this is what I hold to be true based on all the information that I have gathered. I don't believe that it is reasonable as an explanation that God exists, because as I see it, God is only a concept which was created over time by people in order to explain the realities of our world. I don't think it is actually possible that there is a God. I think it's completely fictional. Just the way that I also think unicorns, for example, are a fictional invention created by humans. It would be absurd of me to say, you know what, I can never know whether unicorns exist or not, therefore I can't say unicorns don't exist. No, I know that it is something that people created. I know that it doesn't make sense, which is why I say unicorns don't exist. I don't have to say I'm an agnostic anti-unicorn something or whatever you want to call it. In the same way, I think humans created God, and there is a lot of evidence for that. Based on that assumption, and based on that knowledge, and based on the fact that there is no single evidence ever which led us to the conclusion that there is a God, I rule that God is fictional and therefore does not exist. Therefore, since I sincerely hold the belief that there is no God and reject the idea that God may or may not exist, I am an atheist.
I still disagree, because what you're doing is, it's like when you say something is so statistically improbable that it's practically impossible, so you just say it's impossible. It doesn't mean it's truly impossible. For instance, it's very statistically improbable that you're going to win the lottery on your first try, so you can get away with saying it's impossible, but technically it's not impossible. And so it's the same thing happening here. You have come to the conclusion that you have met whatever is your prerequisites for, the lack of evidence in your life experience, that you're comfortable saying you don't know God. You know God doesn't exist, but you truly don't know that, because as you already admitted, you don't know everything. And we must agree that logically there is a possibility that the evidence of God resides in a place that you have not yet discovered.
Do you believe dragons could exist?
Do I believe dragons could exist? Yeah, the Bible says that that there is a dragon to come. I don't know if it's literal or not, but the point is,
Well, here's the thing. I don't believe that dragons can exist.
okay,
Because
I
I know
agree.
for a fact that they are.
I don't believe dragons don't exist. I
Okay,
don't
no. Okay,
believe unicorns
no.
exist, right?
Let me correct
I
that.
can't say in the same way how there are people here, and people might freak out when you hear that. But here's something that a lot of people, no one knows if
No,
aliens
no, no.
are real,
But
right?
that's not what I mean. When I say I don't
Or
believe, what I'm
knows
actually
if aliens are real, and if people are willing to entertain the idea of aliens, I mean, who are you to say that some unicorn-like creature doesn't exist in one of these planets that supposedly resides in a Goldilocks zone that could sustain life? You
But that
know,
wouldn't be a unicorn. That would be just a
why
different
not?
a different life form which we have not met before and which resembles what we call unicorn in our mythologies. But when I say that
But why
I
couldn't
don't,
it be why couldn't it be a unicorn?
because a unicorn is a very specific thing which we created fictionally and claimed it exists. It is a fantasy, like a dragon or like Harry
Sure,
Potter,
it's
for
a
example.
mythical creature, right? It's a horse with a horn on it. That's
Okay,
can
now
we agree that
it,
that's what a unicorn is? If
sure,
you
yes,
came
yes.
across a white horse with a horn out, that you would call that a unicorn, no?
Yes, yes. If
Okay.
I now went to a
Why
different
is it
planet,
possible?
okay,
All right, do you think it's possible that aliens are real?
yeah, of course.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. But you don't have any evidence of that.
Actually, it's just based on statistics, and I'm not saying I know that they exist. I'm saying it is most likely that they exist
No,
because
but all right, but look at that. Look at what you're doing. You're saying that it's like, yeah, of course, aliens probably exist because you look at how vast the universe is and you
no,
acknowledge. Come
no,
on. If the
no.
universe, all right, if the universe was limited to our solar system, would you acknowledge the possibility of aliens being real?
I would acknowledge that there is a possibility, although not this high. But I would still, in any case, I'm still saying it is definitely reasonable and probably expected that there are other life forms in the universe.
Why?
I'm not saying there are. I'm saying this is the best possible explanation
But why?
because of different factors. Like, yeah, one of those things was right. A vast universe. There are, when we look into the universe, we have already seen multiple planets that are suitable for living, like the Earth, or even better. If human life or other less intelligent life came into existence on this planet, it is very likely that life also came into existence on other planets. It would be a little bit absurd to say that we are the only ones that actually came into existence. Therefore, I think that it's very likely that other life forms exist. That said, although as weird and absurd as it may sound, it could be that we are actually the only ones, which is very scary, but I don't think so. But here I'm just speaking about possibilities. When we speak about a unicorn, and if I now go to a different planet and I find horses or horse-like beings with horns on them, I will not say, oh, look, this is a unicorn. No, what I will say is, this thing looks like what we called unicorns, because I know that we didn't intend to call these things unicorns. We created our own beings called unicorns. These things just look similar to them. And when it comes to God now, I say a being that is almighty and all-knowing, who is the creator of everything that exists, is not something that we have any evidence for, that is not based on any single piece of credible information. It is entirely a concept that we made up, that we created, and there is no reason to support that concept.
Why
Based on that,
why do you believe we made it up?
well, that's as far as I see it right now. That's what I see, because I think that God only comes into existence at a certain point in human history.
Why? Why do you think that?
Why do I think that? Because the evidence for a God doesn't lead back very far. If you go into the anthropology, into the human history, you see that 60,000 years ago, people seemingly didn't have writings, didn't have a building that is dedicated to worshiping a God. People had different structures, but people didn't
What
have.
evidence do you have that people lived 60,000 years ago?
Well, we have carbon dating, different ways of dating back the age of fossils, of buildings, of structures and stuff that we find. I think I'm not capable of explaining carbon dating, but it's actually a very simple process, which
So,
can give you very accurate information.
so I've looked into carbon dating. It is flawed enough to be unreliable, to be definitive. Carbon dating, all forms of trying to date things, falls into the realm of historical science. It starts with assumptions. At the beginning of it, there are already examples of instances where carbon dating has been proven to be just inaccurate, unreliable to say that it is definitive, right?
It is extremely consistent up to just a few decades.
No,
Extremely
all right.
consistent.
So no, okay. So for instance, right? They say diamonds are millions of years old. However, we know that based on the half-life of carbon-14, it would be impossible for a diamond to still have carbon-14 in it, yet they have definitely found diamonds with carbon-14. So how can something that have a marker that should have expired within less than 100,000 years, how could it still have remnants of that marker if it's supposedly millions of years old? That's just one example.
I mean, I don't want to go into the specifics of where carbon dating is, applied to certain things, but from what I have,
we don't need to make this a debate about carbon dating or anything. But the point I'm making though is that you don't know whether or not the Earth is 60,000 years old. You believe it's 60,000 years old because you have faith that what is supposedly propagated by pop culture science is honest.
No, well, that's not how I mean, I don't call that belief. We usually don't call that belief. What we do is, I say the Earth is approximately so and so many years old. What we then, the idea here is we can date it and we can be somewhat accurate, although it might still be quite a bit off. But we are sure about the approximate age of the Earth and of early human remnants, human remains, and all that. I can, of course, not say the Earth is precisely so many years and days old. I can, however, speak about an approximate dating of the Earth, and I don't think that's wrong.
Hold on.
Hey,
wait. I see some.
I really need to go. I had to go.
Okay. Now this is fun. Maybe we can like have a more organized. Like this is kind of random and stuff. This is fun, definitely. But yeah. Thank you again for coming on and teaching me. Wow. I just got spammed by some Muslims. I guess the 3 Muslims are live and they feel like the way how to get me to go on their platform is to send their fans to come and disrespect me. So
what a great idea.
Right. That's the plan. But anyway, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for teaching me, things about Islam and, teaching the chat exactly why Islam is false. And, shout out to these Muslims coming here displaying exactly why, people shouldn't rock with y'all because, y'all are just like such low caliber people behaving like this. That's interesting. But anyway, thank you. The apostate prophet. Make sure how do I pronounce your name again?
You just say AP. It doesn't matter.
AP. All right. Thank you, AP. Make sure you go and check him out. Link in the description. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and continue to stream, possibly reacting to stuff. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. It was great. We should talk again. This was a very interesting conversation. I loved it. And we'll keep in touch. I'm checking the 3 Muslims channel right now. They're making a stream called "Is Young Don the New Face of Christianity?" and then a picture of you, and it says "embarrassing." This is the method.
Yeah, I mean, Muslims argue like middle schoolers. It's kind of sad. But all right, brother. Peace out. Thanks for doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you so much. See ya.
Yeah. Look at that, guys. You see how 2 people who don't agree but are actually mature and adults have a conversation without disagreeing. This is how it's done with Muslims. Pay attention. This is how it's done.
Awesome. That was good. Now, that was a very interesting conversation. I never thought we would get here. And what's funny is this stream is supposed to be was supposed to be a review on Sneeko and his interaction with the 3 Muslims, which I talked about the first 10 minutes of it, and then I never got to the rest. Yeah. I don't know if people loved it or hated it, but this was a very interesting conversation that I never, ever expected. Wow. Also stuff that I love to talk about, but never talk about with people online. I kind of feel like this is necessary. LOL. Okay, there were lots of super chats. Now I kept looking at the chat here and kept putting stars on my super chats, which I would look at later. but it was like there was no possible time to ever look away and go into super chats. And the guy's used to having like 6-hour streams, I guess. This was good. Do you think aliens visited this planet? No. Although it makes you think sometimes, right? That's how some cults came to the idea that ancient aliens actually brought us into existence and will come back once we are advanced and all that. It's funny. Why don't you get David Wood on more often, AP? Is he busy now? Nah, he's not busy. He is busy. I think he just recently moved. Lots of stuff going on. Soon. I'll quickly look at super chats and then I'll have to go. I was supposed to be live 2 hours. No, it's 4. Stop Scamming Man said, as is detailed in the vid, Uthman ibn Farouk caught lying about enslaving women and children on Rob Christian's channel. Sheikh Uthman advocates this in the modern world. Few know, and he remains the darling of the Dawah scene. I think Muslims are aware of this. Non-Muslims are just too afraid to talk about this, which is why I would love to have a conversation with him, which he challenged me to, but then backed out again, as they always do. Nicholas Paulson, a prophet is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he intends to. Alhamdulillah. Perfect, man. Jake Senegal said, I almost converted to Islam. Your videos do help. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Apollo said, AP with the dark organ music. AP with the dark organ. Where? I don't know. Millions face famine in East Africa. Meanwhile, in the Dawah scene, let's crowdfund for them to have Qurans, glossy pamphlets, and for retreats so converts are in a controlled setting for 2 months. Priorities, man. Aldo said, thank you for looking into what a sneeko is. Oh, you suggested, right, that we should look into sneeko, and I thought, what is a sneeko? And then I found out it's actually a YouTuber. This is incredibly important to address. The young men watching the videos need to know the truth. I might do a second stream just to talk about that stuff actually this time, because this stream is not what it was meant to be. Risiko LP said, Moin, schaust du noch deutsche YouTuber? That means, hi, do you still watch German YouTubers? No, barely, actually. Barely. I should. Apollo said, spin in remixes, where you at? Hit him up, Sneeko Prayer. Hit up some Sneeko Prayer. Okay. God, I can't read anymore. So he's a homophobe and misogynist, though. Who, Sneeko? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. John Hildebrand said, religion is something you kill for. Faith is something you die for. Any religion that needs violence to defend or spread itself is weak. And so is every... Anyway. Zoing said, so they can chop heads so long as they don't disfigure the face. Yeah, this was in response to those guys saying it's forbidden to disfigure faces in war. John Rowland made a super chat. Thank you so much. Paul Sine said, glad to see young Dawn Reborn watch Apostate Prophet and learn about ex-Muslims. That was really surprising. Really surprising. Saying Jesus is just a prophet is disrespectful to Christians and Christianity. Hello Yidi said, this young man is an excellent conversationalist. I think you were talking about the young Dawn, because I'm not. Viral Patel said, I'm a devout Hindu, but I respect views of Dawn Reborn. Arabic Translated Meme said, this is an amazing stream. I'm delighted to see AP is now a to-go for sources of Islam. Alhamdulillah, Allah. Always should be. My name is even mentioned in the Quran. Did you know that? Muslims, some people might deny this because they're ignorant and blind, but I am actually mentioned by name in the Quran. Yes, in the Quran. I swear. And I will prove that to you soon in a video. The deniers will go to hell. The Erica Renee made a super sticker, which I cannot see here, but I bet it was a good one. It's some kitty or something. No, some birdie or something. Human Kirk said, hi AP, have you ever interacted with Samad Abdel Hamad, liberal Egyptian Muslim whose book has titled Islamic Fascism? I'm pretty sure he's an ex-Muslim. He's not a Muslim. I did have an interaction. He was supposed to come on my channel a few weeks ago. I couldn't and canceled, and we rescheduled for a few months later. That was totally my fault. Jenny Elif made a super sticker, which is a kitty. I cannot see it here, though. Thank you. Is this called Viral Patel? Yeah. Am I saying viral here and insulting you? I'm sorry. I live in UK. My Christian neighbor celebrates Diwali, and I celebrate Christmas. Nice. Again, it's up to us to make it perfect, and God created us to make it perfect. Oh, that's a long conversation. Shaheen Rahman Zadigan, which sounds like a Parsi name, said, characteristically speaking, Allah and Ar-Rahman are quite similar to one another. Right? Yeah. Ar-Rahman is the bad guy, right? Right? That's the bad god, the bad guy in Zoroastrianism. Is that right? I forgot. Ar-Rahman is the bad guy. It's the guy with the evil spirit in early. Yeah, I think so. Alberto LH said the Bible says God wants everyone to be saved and to come to the knowledge of truth. Everyone means everyone. Yeah, I think his perspective on God is not really a popular one, and one that Christians, especially Protestants, non-Calvinists, are very would they disagree with. It would have been interesting to bring on another Christian here and then let you guys beat each other up and I'll just leave and people can enjoy that. Hello Edie said this is horse poop. This is also Islamic teaching. Alberto said Calvinism is false. The Erica Renee said, thank you for the indulgence. I'm going to heaven now. I will too. Zagros Özkan said, you heard his argument for God, bro. No need to try. Yeah, I mean, we have discussions, you know. It's very good that we can come together and have a long conversation about these things. While he is a Christian who believes if I die as a non-Christian, I was created for fun and for eternal punishment, which most Christians don't really believe in the same way that he believes in. And I think that his beliefs are nonsensical, but we come here together and have nothing but respect for each other and have a friendly conversation. That's amazing. Some people don't understand that, and I don't understand how people don't understand that. It makes everything great, I think. That's what my friendship with David Wood is like. And people think we have to fight each other because we disagree. Nadaverse said, the Narwhal mic drop, LOL. What is this in reference to? I don't know. Let me know. Super chat. Jerosi made a super chat and said Luke 9:23, and he said to them all, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Yeah. Amir Adele said, young Dawn, get in touch with Sam Shamoon. Oh, Sam Shamoon does a lot of anti-Calvinism stuff, right? That's why. Game Heat made a super chat, and thanks everybody. Joel Suraj said, it's not about whom you criticize. If you love someone and people disrespect them, it hurts, obviously, but how you react to that shows what kind of a person you are exactly. If people insult my culture and my ideas, my worldviews, I will not be like, do you know how important this is to me? Do you know how dear this is to me? I will now come and slit your throat and let you bleed out on the street. I will kill you. No, I will say, oh, well, I disagree with you. It would be very nice if Muslims could also do that instead of saying, I will now slit your throat and let you bleed out on the street. And yeah, just say, hey, Muhammad is very dear to me. And I love him more than I love my mother and my father and my life and my brother and my sister and my family and all that. But if you don't like him and if you want to make fun of him, I wish you didn't. But I'm not going to kill you. I shouldn't kill you. But no, they come and they say, I will slit your throat and let you bleed out in the street. Yeah. Really getting in the mood here, man. Coma Inducer said, when will you talk to Rabbi Tovia Singer? I reached out to Rabbi Tovia Singer. Yeah, I reached out to Rabbi Tovia Singer, and I basically voiced that I think his the stuff that he publishes about Islam is very wrong, and that I would like to have a conversation with him to to analyze Jewish beliefs and his own beliefs and how they contrast with Islam and all that. I cannot fully tell you what his response to that was, but his response to that was basically that he is aware of my channel and he's aware of my ideas and is aware of my videos. And despite not disagreeing with what I do and what I say, he chooses to abstain from having a conversation with me out of preserving the peace in his own life. This is as unrevealing and as mild as I can put it, his response to me. But yeah, I did reach out to Rabbi Tovia Singer, and he offered his respect and said that he must reject a public appearance together because Islam is Islam. Islam will be Islam. I would find it nice if he then also at least abstained from appearing together with Islamists, but that's just his choice, I guess. I don't know. But that's all I can say about this. Yeah. And he's not bad, but he has concerns for his well-being. I said too much already. Coma Inducer made a super chat and didn't say anything, but thank you so much. Al-Duizard says, shut up and keep your Poconos out of the Holy Quran. You are not mentioned in the Holy Quran. Yes, I am mentioned. What are you talking about? You shut up. I am mentioned in the Quran. The Quran mentions me by name. Marion Grand Bruham said, your guest is a newbie Christian. He hasn't even read enough to know that newbies are not permitted to teach. Is that pronounced newbie? I think that's what it is, right? Christianity, that is. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't want to be the judge of what kind of a good or educated Christian he is. You could be a judge of that. But yeah, it was a fun conversation. And I really enjoyed the fact that he, as a popular YouTube personality, came out and responded very harshly to the bullying that came from the Muslims. And also, I mean, he promoted me, David Wood, and others. And yeah, he has guts. That's something to be happy with. Is Kurdistan more secular than Turkey? Oh my God! Do you want to start a war here now? I went to one Kurdistan only, and that was the northern part of Iraq, and I found that the city of Soleimani, which I actually found very pleasant and quite secular. And yeah, what's funny was only women were working there. Like, I had to go for a company and set up a retail store, and we had to have personnel come in to carry stuff around and unbox things, and all the workers that came were women. There was like no man, and I was like, what is this about? And people told me that women are more prone to be the workforce here, and I thought, this is very strange for a Middle Eastern country. Yeah. Notorious Nano is looking for a beautiful Muslim woman. Yeah, good luck. I hope maybe you can sign up for one of those halal marriage websites and see where you can get there. Sorgo Afson said ethnic cleansing that happened in Assam and Kashmir. Yeah, okay, I have to go. I had to go like 2 years ago, and I'm still here. I will have a fantastic day, and you shall have a fantastic day too. I will see you again one day. Might go live again tomorrow or the other day or something. Have a fantastic day and stay away from Islam. React to 3 Muslims, react to the 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 3 Muslims, react to. I invite myself on their podcast, and maybe I might react to them at some point. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Have a good day. Bye bye. Good night. Stay away from Islam. Bye bye.